Morganton, North Carolina, Madeline Lambert. Lambert in lane 2. And in lane 3, from Columbia, Missouri, it's Brenna Kilby. Kilby in lane 3. Getting those champs set to go now. And we are racing at Derby Downs. It's Justin Haddon in lane 1, Madeline Lambert in lane 2, Brenna Kilby in lane 3. These 3 local champs making their way down. And they are getting close to the finish line. They've crossed the bridge. Here they come. They are at the finish, and we will get your results here in just a moment. A note for those of you who might be new to Derby Downs. We always wait until the results are official before we announce them. We don't want to get anything wrong. We don't want to guess. I wear glasses for a reason, so I'm not going to eyeball anything. We're going to wait for Lou to have the official results. And I think he has them right now.
Yeah, they just came in. It was Brenna Kilby stepping out front on this one, followed by Madeline Lambert with a margin of .055, and then Justin Hayden .09.
Next up, it's Heat 802, Phase 1. In Lane 1, it's car 3 from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania, Sean Berge Jr. Berge Jr. in Lane 1. In Lane 2, it's car 27 from Greater Des Moines, Iowa, Thomas Kilby. Kilby in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, it's car number 7 from Pottsville, Pennsylvania, Abigail Geiger. Geiger in Lane 3. These champs, Berge in Lane 1 wants to be an electrician. Kilby in Lane 2 wants to go into automotive restoration, specializing in Pontiac Aztecs. I remember those. Geiger, meanwhile, wants to go into firefighting or carpentry. They are on track now. Berge Jr. Lane 1. Kilby Lane 2. Geiger in Lane 3. As these champs from Pennsylvania, Iowa, and Pennsylvania across the track, they are just about halfway now as they get ready to cross over the tunnel onto the flatter part of the course, and they are coming in for a finish.
Results are in for this first phase of heat number 802, and it shows Thomas Kilby stepping out front, followed by Sean Berge Jr. at .021 and Abigail Geiger at .053.
Heat 803, Phase 1 is next. Lane 1, it's car number 15 from Ambridge. It's Elijah McCurdy. McCurdy in Lane 1. In lane number 2, everybody's favorite lovable loser, America's sweetheart, the pace car is in lane number 2. And in lane number 3, it's car number 11 from Cleveland, Ohio, Blake Nettles. Nettles in lane 3. We do have a fleet of pace cars here this year. Looks like we have the Stars and Stripes pace car, unsullied by commercial advertising, is that pace car. The career interests for our 2 champs in this race. McCurdy looking at cybersecurity, video game development, or software engineer, and says he's going to be a future Derby dad. Very good, very good. And as for Blake Nettles, Blake wants to be a U.S. Coast Guard rescue swimmer. Getting these champs set to go. McCurdy, Nettles, and a pace car. We use a pace car in these early heats, these 3-car heats with only 2 champs, just to make sure that the timing system cooperates well. They are on track now. McCurdy in lane 1, Nettles in lane 3. 2 local champs from the great state of Ohio in this one as they get down near the halfway marker. And here they come down in front of the grandstands, getting ready to pass under the bridge at the finish line.
First phase information for Heat 803. These Elijah McCurdy stepping out front, followed by Blake Nettles, off by .035, and the pace car.
Somebody asked me yesterday, is this the year that the pace car wins a phase? Yeah, I wouldn't bet on it. But then again, why are you betting on soapbox derby races in the first place? That's kind of 800 number for that. Heat 804, phase 1 is next. Lane 1, it's car 22 from Columbus, Ohio, Eleni Fisher. Fisher in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 16 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Gerald Young. Young in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car number 4 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, of Audrey Rains. Rains in lane 3. And I think we've got the Audrey Rains cheering section standing right below us here at the bridge. Good morning. Good to see you. So getting these champs situated. And they're racing. It's Fisher in lane 1, Young in lane 2, Rains in lane 3. Future civil engineer. Now, Gerald told me not to read his career interest on Monday at opening ceremony, so I'm not going to do that. Audrey said wants to go into precision agriculture. And these 3 champs getting ready for the finish.
All right. It was Eleni Fisher crossing the finish line first, followed up by Audrey Rains, off by 9 1,000ths, and Gerald Young also very tight in there with 11 1,000ths. That is phase number 1 of Heat 804.
And we get set for Heat 805, phase 1. Lane 1, it's car 17 from Ogallala, Nebraska, AJ Garcia. Garcia in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 25 from Portage County, Ohio, Parker Lame. Lame in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 23 from Wayne Holmes County, Ohio, Alexis Jordan. Jordan in lane 3. And just like that, they are off and racing. AJ Garcia, lane 1. Parker Lame, lane 2. Alexis Jordan in lane 3. AJ told us wants to be a hair model and or work in butter commercials. If it says it on the bio cards, it must be true. Working at my dad's concrete business or going into the military. Parker wants to be a lawyer going to finance. Alexis wants to be a nurse as they cross the finish line.
Results are in for this first phase of Heat 805, and it shows Marquesino Garcia stepping out front, followed closely by Parker Lame at .018 and Alexis Jordan at .061.
Next up in our local Masters Challenge Heat 806 Phase 1. Two champs in this one. Lane 1 belongs to car number 8 of Harrisonburg, Virginia's Grayson Lilly. Lilly in Lane 1. Lane number 2. Lou, this one's for you. You're a UA alum, the University of Akron pace car.
Oh, yeah.
And in lane number 3, it's car number 6 from Sanford, Florida. It's Kira Hart. Hart in lane number 3. Just about set to go. And they are racing. Grayson Lilly, lane 1. Kira Hart in lane 3. Our future doctor against our future realtor. And the pace car. As they make their way down. Good close racing between these champs from Virginia and Florida. They cross the line. And then the pace car crosses the line. Lou, you just had a good idea. How do we get Zippy, the mascot for the University of Akron, in the pace car? Mess up the aerodynamics, though.
Yeah, how do you get a kangaroo into a car?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
All right, results in from Phase 1 of Heat 806. And it is Grayson Lilly leading the way at this point, followed by Kira Hart at .055, and the pace car.
Next up, it's Heat 807, Phase 1, Lane 1. It's going to be car 26 of Chloe DeFazio from Conneaut, Ohio. DeFazio in Lane 1. Lane 2, it's going to be car number 10 from Jamestown, New York, Isabella Blankenship. Blankenship in Lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is car 29 from Culpeper, Virginia, Alana Derica. Derica in lane 3. They're off and racing. DeFazio lane 1, Blankenship lane 2, Derica in lane 3 as lane number 2, Blankenship getting over into that lane line. Line judges are probably going to want to take a look at this one as they come down to the finish line. Again, you must stay in your lane on track or there will be a penalty assessed. And the line judges are saying there will be a 1/10 of a second penalty assessed to Isabella Blankenship in lane 2 for a lane line violation.
It is Heat 807, Phase 1. We do have the data in for that, and Chloe DeFazio was stepping out front on that. Isabella Blankenship at .151 with a 1/10 penalty, and Alana Decura at .061.
So now we move to Heat 808, Phase 1. Lane 1, it's car 32 from Omaha, Nebraska, Dylan Reinders. Reinders in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 2 from Henderson, Nevada, Riley Gresco. Gresco in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car number 12 from Liberty, New York, Hudson Danzillo. Danzillo in lane 3. And they are off and racing. Reinders lane 1, Gresco lane 2, Danzillo in lane 3. A future mechanical engineer is Dylan in lane 1. Riley in lane 2 said future underwater ping pong champion or interior designer. Hudson wants to go into welding. They cross the finish line here. Underwater ping pong. Are they playing that in the Olympics next week?
Don't know. Data in for phase one of Heat 808, and it finds Dylan Reinders stepping out front, followed by Hudson Denzillo, .024, and .074 for Riley Gresco.
Time for some second phase action now. This is Heat 801, phase two. Lane one, it's going to be car number 19 of Brenna Kilby. Kilby in lane one. In lane number two, it's going to be car 18 of Justin Haddon. Haddon in lane two. And in lane number three, it's car number 5 of Madeline Lambert. Lambert in lane 3. And we are off and racing in 801 phase 2. Kilby, lane 1, your heat leader after 1 at .055 on Madeline Lambert over there in lane number 3, and .090 on Justin Haddon in lane 2. Kilby here is a local champ, but was the top rally point earner in the Masters division this year with 954. 13 rally wins on the year for Brenna.
Yes, I hear the cheering up there. Let's make it official. Heat 801, phase 2 goes to Brenna Kilby, followed by Madeline Lambert at .131 and Justin Haddon at .204.
Time for Heat 809, phase 1. Lane number 1, it's car number 3 representing Chattanooga, Tennessee. It's Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 20 from Akron, Ohio, Alana Malone. Malone in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 31 from Stanwood, Commando Island, Washington, Reese Delaney. Delaney in lane 3. And they are racing. Guerin in lane 1, Malone lane 2, Delaney in lane 3. We said Brenna in the last heat was our top rally point earner of the year. Alexa, our top rally win count of the year in the Masters with 20. Number 2 in the points at 945, so we'll see her tomorrow in the All-Star race. Guerin, Malone, and Delaney coming in for the finish. And they cross the line.
Heat number 809, phase 1 goes to Alexa Guerin, followed up by Alana Malone at .044 and Reese Delaney at .066. And I'd like to recognize the wonderful artwork these people have, these young champs have put on their cars. They look wonderful.
Oh, yeah. And don't forget, you can see them up close tomorrow at the Topside show. There's always a ballot for who has the best designed cars, so always look forward to that. I will say for the record, though, I don't vote. I feel like it's unfair for the announcer to vote. I try not to play favorites, you know?
Yeah, we got once again, we got a camera that we can see all of these wonderful cars and the champs up top here. And I can tell a lot of work has gone into some of these cars.
Indeed. Heat 810, phase 1 next. Lane 1, it's car 28 from Erie, Pennsylvania, Savannah Norden. Norden in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 21 from Owensboro, Kentucky, Lane Schlafke. Schlafke in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is car 34 representing Tuscarawas County, Ohio, Sarah Martin. Martin in lane 3. As these champs on track now. Norden lane 1, Schlafke lane 2, Martin lane 3. Savannah told us career interest saving the environment through legislation and action as well as art and media. Very cool. Lane wants to be a rock star. Sarah wants to be a civil engineer.
Heat 8-10 results. Phase number 1 goes to Lane Schlafke, followed by Savannah Norton, and that was .026, followed up by Sarah Martin at .055.
We'll go to Heat 804, Phase 2 next. Lane 1, it's going to be car number 4 of Audrey Rains. Rains in Lane 1. In Lane 2, it's going to be car 22 of Eleni Fisher. Fisher in Lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's going to be car number 16 of Gerald Young. Young in lane 3. And we are racing. It's Rains in lane 1, Fisher in lane 2, Young in lane 3. After one phase, it was Eleni leading the way by .009 over Audrey, .011 over Gerald. So a very good first phase between these three as they get ready for the finish line here in phase 2.
Results for 8:04, phase number 2. Audrey Rains steps up to take the lead at this point, followed closely by Eleni Fisher at .1018 and .028 for Gerald Young.
Heat 803, phase 2 coming up. Lane 1, it'll be car number 11 of Blake Nettles. Nettles in lane 1. And in lane 2, it's car number 15 of Elijah McCurdy. McCurdy in lane 2. And in lane number 3, the pace car. I was told I should come up with a bio card for the pace car. But what do we think? Combination of every wild thing we've seen on a bio card?
We saw some pretty wild things.
So dumpster diving and competitive mooing, and they're on track right now, 803 phase 2. Nettles in lane 1, McCurdy lane 2. Their favorite activities, Nettles swimming, biking, and soapbox racing as lane 1 got awfully close to the rail area. Lane 2 for McCurdy, favorite activities, baking, drawing, crocheting, reading, chess, hiking, and biking as they come in for the finish of 803 phase 2. Standing by for those results. I know the lane judge is taking a look here.
The data just in for Heat 803B shows Elijah McCurdy managing to hold on to her lead with Blake Nettles coming in at .046.
So I will say they are still looking at the tape on that one. So we'll keep you posted on whether there will be a any penalties assessed to the times that you just heard. In the meantime, getting set to go on track now is 8:05 Phase 2. It's Alexis Jordan in Lane 1, AJ Garcia in Lane 2, and Parker Lame in Lane 3. After one phase, it was AJ Garcia leading the way by .018 over Parker, and Alexis was .061 back, and they crossed the finish line.
And it's AJ Garcia managing to take the lead here, followed closely by Parker Lame at .019 and .078 for Alexis Jordan. That's Phase 2 action, Heat 8:05.
.806 Phase 2 is next. That previous heat, by the way, where they were looking at the lane line for a potential guardrail hit, that is clean, so no penalties assessed on that earlier phase. .806 Phase 2 set to go next. Lane 1, it's car number 6 of Kira Hart. Hart in Lane 1. In Lane 2, it's car number 8 of Grayson Lilly. Lilly in Lane 2. And in lane number 3, the University of Akron pace car. And they're off and racing. It's Hart in Lane 1, Lilly in Lane 2, and the pace car in Lane 3. Grayson showed the way in Phase 1 by .055 over Kira. So still very much anybody's heat here as they cross the line. There'll be one phase to go after this.
Grayson Lilly manages to hold on to the lead after the second phase at Heat 8:06 and followed very closely by Kira Hart with 4/1000ths of a second.
Next on track is going to be a test run. So we've got a test run getting ready to go here. One of our Rally Masters champs. This will be Savannah Blind taking a test run. And as Savannah completes that test run cleanly, we'll get back into our local challenge here in a moment. Heat 807B is next. Lane 1, it's car 29 of Alana Dorica. Dorica in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 26 of Chloe DeFazio. DeFazio in lane 2. And in lane number 3 for 807B, it's going to be car number 10 of Isabella Blankenship. Blankenship in lane 3. And we are racing in 807B. Dorica, lane 1. DeFazio, lane 2. Blankenship in lane 3. Chloe in lane 2 is your heat leader after 1. At a little over half a tenth on Alana, about a tenth and a half on Isabella as they get ready for a finish here in the second phase.
It is Chloe DeFazio stepping up to take the lead here in phase 2 action of Heat 807, followed by Alana at .032 and Isabella Blankenship at .176.
Next up, we'll see Heat 808B. Lane 1, car number 12 of Hudson Danzillo. Danzillo in lane 1. In lane 2, it'll be car 32 of Dylan Reinders. Reinders in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is car number 2 of Riley Gresco. Gresco in lane 3 for 808B. And we are off and racing. Danzillo, lane 1. Reinders in lane 2. Gresco in lane 3. Racing their way down. We'll see if Dylan Reinders can hold on to that lead that he brought in here after one phase. As they race down towards the finish line, they are across the line.
Dylan Reinders does indeed hold on to the lead after phase 2 action, followed very closely by Hudson Danzillo at .004, that's 4/1000s, and Riley Gresco at .124.
Heat 811A is next. First time on track for these champs today. Lane 1, it's car 14 from Stafford, Virginia, Aiden Black. Black in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 13 from Dover, New Hampshire, Chloe Lawton. Lawton in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 30 from Lafayette, Indiana, Delilah Denham. Denham in lane number 3. Getting these champs set to go now. And they are off and racing. Black in lane 1. It's Lawton in lane 2. It's Denham in lane 3. Our champs from Virginia, New Hampshire, and Indiana. Aiden tells us he's a fan of rally racing, marching band, and scavenger hunts with Mr. Staples. Chloe, a fan of derby, track, and volleyball. Delilah, a fan of equestrian vaulting, horseback riding, and swimming. They are across the finish line.
It's Heat 811, Phase 1, and it goes to Aiden Black, followed closely by Chloe Lawton at .023 and Delilah Denham at .043.
.802B is next. Lane 1, it's car 7 of Abigail Geiger. Geiger in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 33 of Sean Berge Jr. Berge Jr. in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 27 of Thomas Kilby. Kilby in lane 3. And we are off and racing. Abigail Geiger in lane 1, Sean Berge Jr. in lane 2, Thomas Kilby in lane 3. After 1, it was Kilby showing the way by .021 over Berge and .053 over Geiger. As these three champs get ready and cross the finish, we stand by for the results.
The results are in for this second phase of Heat 802, and Thomas Kilby manages to hold on to the lead, followed by Sean Berge Jr. at .050, and it's Abigail Geiger at .110.
Heat 812A is next. In lane 1, it's car 24 from Pottstown, Pennsylvania, Jordan Colbert. Colbert in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car number 9 from Chicago, Illinois, Nathan Tiffany. Tiffany in lane 2. And in lane number 3 from Southeast Georgia, it's Alexis Head. Head in lane 3. And as those champs get set to go, I do see the custom apparel stand getting ready to open for business down here next to the grandstand. So if you haven't picked up your 2024 Derby swag, now's your chance to, well, maybe in a few minutes. I don't know. Looks like they're still taking the walls off the tent from last night. But in a few minutes, go see Custom Apparel and get your 2024 official All-American Soapbox Derby apparel. As they are often racing in 812A between Colbert in lane 1, Tiffany lane 2, and Head in lane 3. We've got a future computer designer, a future heavy equipment operator, and a future physical therapist or athletic trainer for a pro sports team in lane 3. And here they come to the finish.
And it's Heat 812, Phase A. That goes to Nathan Tiffany stepping out to take the lead, followed by Jordan Colbert at .013, as well as Alexis Head with .013.
All right, so dead phase for second and third in that one. Time for our first elimination phase of the day, lane 1 in 801C. It's going to be car number 5 of Madeline Lambert. Lambert, lane 1. In lane 2, it'll be car 19 of Brenna Kilby. Kilby in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 18 of Justin Haddon as these champs are on track. Kilby was your leader after 2 phases by a little bit less than a tenth and a half over Madeline Lambert, about 2/10 back to Justin Haddon. As these 3 champs are over the tunnel, in front of the grandstand, and under the bridge at the finish line. Something really cool I want to shout out in Madeline Lambert's bio card. It says Madeline runs a nonprofit back home called Boggins for Smart Noggins, which collects hats, scarves, and gloves for local students in need each winter. That's really cool.
Final information for Heat 801 is in, and it's Brenna Kilby taking Heat 801, followed up by Madeline Lambert at .153 and .274 for Justin Hayden.
Heat 809B coming up. Lane 1, it'll be car 17 of Reese Delaney. Delaney in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car number 3 of Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 20 of Alana Malone. Malone in lane 3. And we're racing. Delaney in lane 1, Guerin lane 2, Malone lane 3. Guerin, your heat leader after 1. At an edge of .044 over Malone and .066 over Delaney after 1 phase. Good close racing again here as we get ready for the finish line for Reese, Alexa, and Alana. We'll get those results coming up.
After the second phase of Heat 809, we find Alexa Guerin out in front, followed by a margin of Alana Malone at .066 and Reese Delaney at .074.
Getting loaded in for Heat 810B next. Lane 1, it'll be car 34 of Sarah Martin. Martin in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 28 of Savannah Norden. Norden in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 21 of Lane Schlafke. Schlafke in lane 3. They're off and racing. It's Martin in lane 1, Norden in lane 2, Schlafke in lane 3. And after 1, it was Lane Schlafke out front by 26 one-thousandths, .026. Martin, .055 back. Looking at the bio cards for these 3 champs, Sarah said that she enjoys being part of the concrete canoe team. The junior at Ohio Northern is Sarah. That's interesting stuff right there. Savannah into kayaking. I don't know about concrete kayaks, but kayaks nonetheless. Schlafke, a guitar player.
And in Heat 810, Phase 2, it is Lane Schlafke retaining his lead, followed by Sarah Martin at .046 and Savannah Norden at .061.
803C up next. This is an elimination phase. Lane 1, a car we're pretty sure is getting eliminated after this phase, the pace car. Lane 2, it'll be car number 11 of Blake Nettles, and in lane number 3 for 803C, it's Elijah McCurdy in car 15. And they are off and racing. Nettles in lane 2, McCurdy in lane number 3. Elijah McCurdy with the lead of .046 after 2 on Blake Nettles. We'll see if it'll be McCurdy going on to the second round or if Nettles can close that gap as they cross the finish line. We thank our pace car driver as well for being in there.
And it will be Elijah McCurdy advancing on to the next round. And we had Blake Nettles with a run of .067. That is 803.
All right, so we're going to have to rerun Heat 805. So we're starting again at Phase 1 in Heat 805. Lane 1, it'll be car 17 of A.J. Garcia. Garcia in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 25 of Parker Lame. Lame in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 23 of Alexis Jordan. Jordan in lane 3. And we are racing. Garcia, lane 1. Lame, lane 2. Jordan, lane 3. So here these champs come. In Heat 805, Phase 1, Take 2, as it were.
We have the results in from that Phase 1 rerun, and it is A.J. Garcia stepping out front, followed closely by Parker Lame at .015 and Alexa Jordan .042. That's heat 805, Phase 1 rerun, going to A.J. Garcia.
806C is next on track. Lane 1, the Zippy Mobile, the University of Akron pace car in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car number 6 of Kira Hart. Hart in lane 2, and in lane number 3, it's car number 8 of Grayson Lilly. Lilly in lane 3. And these two champs are close. This heat, after 2 phases, 4 1,000ths of a second, the margin between Grayson Lilly, your leader, and Kira Hart in second after 2 phases. The pace car, let's not talk about that margin. And we are racing. Hart in lane 2 and Lilly in lane 3. Hart with a gap of just 4 1,000ths of a second to close if she wants to go to the next round. Or will it be Grayson Lilly? Past halfway, here they come to the tunnel. And on in front of the grandstands, here is the finish line for the champs and the pace car. And we're about to find out who's going on to the next round.
It is Grayson Lilly advancing to the next round as Grayson takes heat 806, and it's .017 margin for Kira Hart. Now I have a question. What if the pace car has a line violation? Are they assessed a penalty?
I think if the pace car gets a lane violation, they have to buy the bridge lunch, is how that works.
Wow, that sounds good.
Is it just Dave Hubble on the bridge says, yes, they do get a penalty. Is it 1/10, or do they buy us lunch, or how does that work? .804. Phase 1, take 2 coming up. We got a rerun heat 804 as well. Lane 1, it's car 22 of Eleni Fisher. Fisher in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 16 of Gerald Young. Young in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 4 of Audrey Rains. Rains in lane 3. We're off and racing. It's Fisher in lane 1, Young in lane 2, Rains in lane 3. Saw these champs a minute ago, but we're rerunning this heat. And they are getting ready to cross the finish line.
The rerun of Phase 1, Heat 804. It was a clean run, and Eleni Fisher steps out front, followed very closely by Gerald Young, was behind by 6 1,000ths of a second, and Audrey Rains at .034.
Heat 807C coming up next. Lane 1, it'll be Isabella Blankenship in car 10. Blankenship, lane 1. Lane 2, car 29 of Alana Dorica. Dorica in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 26 of Chloe DeFazio. DeFazio in lane 3. About to find out who's moving on to the next round out of this heat. They're off and racing with Blankenship in 1, Dorica rather in 2, DeFazio in 3. DeFazio, your leader, by .032 over Dorica. Blankenship with a little more than a tenth and a half to close if she wants to move on. Here they come in front of the grandstands. And across the finish line,
it will be Chloe DeFazio moving on to the next round. Elena Dorica hot on the tail there at .009 and .173 for Isabella Blankenship.
so some close racing, but the Conneaut crew down here at the grandstand area comes out of that one happy, and we move on to Heat 811B. Lane 1, it's going to be Delilah Denham in car 30. Denham, lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 14 of Aiden Black. Black in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 13 of Chloe Lawton. Lawton in lane 3. And we are racing in 811B. It's Denham in lane 1, Black in lane 2, and Lawton in lane 3. Denham, a future veterinarian. Lawton in lane 3, going into the medical field. Black in lane 2, still kind of figuring it out. That's all right.
It is Aiden Black managing to hold on to that lead, followed closely by Chloe Lawton at .031 and .042 for Delilah Denham.
We're rerunning Heat 808 as well. This is a wheel issue, as I understand. No penalties or anything like that. But we'll re-rack it with Dylan Reinders in car 32 in lane 1. Lane 2, it'll be Riley Gresco out of Henderson, Nevada in car 2. And in lane 3, it'll be car 12 of Hudson Danzillo. And we are racing. You've got Reinders in lane 1, Gresco in lane 2, and Danzillo in lane 3. Reinders, a trap shooter into robotics. Gresco, a cheerleader, a dancer, fan of listening to music and hanging with friends and family. Danzillo, a skier, as well as a quad and dirt bike rider. And all three across the finish line cleanly.
Well, we got the rerun for Heat 808A, and there was no penalties assessed in this one. At this point, it is Dylan Reinders out in front with Hudson Danzillo at .06 and .091 belonging to Riley Gresco.
Heat 802C is next in our local Masters Challenge. Lane 1, it's car 27 of Thomas Kilby. Kilby in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 7 of Abigail Geiger. Geiger in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 33 of Sean Berge Jr. Berge Jr. in lane 3. And we are off and racing. Kilby in lane 1 was your heat leader by half a tenth over Sean Berge Jr., who's in lane 3. Abigail Geiger there in lane 2, looking to close a gap of a little over a tenth. And here they come down to the finish. And we'll get those results.
Thomas Kilby manages to hold on, taking heat number 802. Tom will be advancing on to the next round. It was a close race indeed. Sean Berge behind by 0.1, and it was Abigail Geiger at 0.197.
809C coming next. Lane 1, it's car 20 of Alana Malone. Malone in lane 1. In lane number 2, it's car 31 of Reese Delaney. Delaney in lane 2, and in lane number 3, it's car number 3 of Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 3. And they are racing. Malone lane 1, Delaney lane 2, Guerin in lane 3. Guerin, your heat leader after 2 phases. We'll see if it's Alexa moving on to the next round, or if Alana or Reese can close the gap. Here they come. And all 3 of those champs finish cleanly.
And it's Alexa Guerin managing to hold on to take heat 809, followed closely by Alana Malone at 0.029 and 0.082 for Reese Delaney.
Another rerun of the heat here. 812A coming up next. Lane 1, it's car 24 of Jordan Colbert. Colbert in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car number 9 of Nathan Tiffany. Tiffany in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car number 1 of Alexis Head. Head in lane 3. We're on track for 812 Phase A. Colbert in lane 1, Tiffany in lane 2, and Head in lane 3. Jordan, a track and field runner. Nathan, a drummer. Alexis, a cheerleader, a soccer player, and a weightlifter. They're across the finish line.
In the first phase of heat 812, it finds Jordan Colbert stepping out front, followed very closely by Tiffany with 6 1/1000ths of a difference, and Alexis Head off by 0.034.
Heat 810C is next. Lane 1, it'll be car 21 of Lane Schlafke. Schlafke in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 34 of Sarah Martin. Martin in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 28 of Savannah Norden. Norden in lane 3 for Heat 810C. And they are racing. About to find out who's moving on to the next round. Will it be Schlafke in lane 1, Martin in lane 2, or Norden in lane 3? Schlafke was .046 to the good after 2. See if that lead holds as they cross the finish line.
The results are in for Heat 810, and it is Lane Schlafke moving on to the next round. It was a close one. Savannah Norden in by .166, and Sarah Martin off by .089.
Getting set for Heat 805 Phase 2. Lane 1, it's car 23 of Alexis Jordan. Jordan in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 17 of AJ Garcia. Garcia in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 25 of Parker Lame. Lame in lane 3. And they are racing. Jordan in lane 1, Garcia lane 2, Lame in lane 3. Garcia, your leader after 1 by .015 over Parker Lame, who last year was our local Superstock world champion. Alexis Jordan .042 back over there in lane number 1 as they are ready to cross the finish line now.
As we move our way through heat number 805, in phase B, it manages, AJ Garcia manages to hold on to that lead, followed by Parker Lame off by .014 and .051 for Alexis Jordan.
Next up, it'll be another rerun of 804 Phase 1. So lane 1, it's car 22 of Eleni Fisher. Fisher in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 16 of Gerald Young. Young in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car number 4 of Audrey Rains. Rains in lane 3. And as we get those champs situated, looks like Papa John's is open for business down here along the side of the track. If you're hungry, maybe you ran out of the hotel room or the house without eating breakfast. Eating pizza for breakfast is socially acceptable during. It's always socially acceptable, but especially during Derby week.
Now, Jason, if you were very thirsty, where would you go?
I would go to Ohio's Best Lemonade. Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah, it's good stuff.
Oh, yeah. On track now in Heat 804, Phase 1. Eleni Fisher in lane 1, Gerald Young in lane 2, and Audrey Rains in lane 3. Champs from Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky across the track.
We're going to review some tape here.
No penalties in that heat.
All right, with that in mind, we find Gerald Young out in front of this first phase of Heat 804 and off by 2/1000ths of a second. It's Elaney Fisher. Audrey Raines at .014.
Eight 11C set to go next. Lane 1, it's car 13 of Chloe Lawton. Lawton in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 30 of Delilah Denham. Denham in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 14 of Aiden Black. Black in lane 3. And we are racing. Lawton lane 1, Denham lane 2, Black lane 3. Black your heat leader after 2. .031 back to Chloe in lane 1. .042 back to Delilah in lane 2 as here they come to the finish.
And Aiden Black manages to hold on to take Heat 8-11. Chloe Lawton not far off with 4/1000ths of a second, and Delilah Denning at .034. So it'll be Aiden Black moving on to the next round.
.808B set to go next. Lane 1, it's car 12 of Hudson Danzillo. Danzillo in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 32 of Dylan Reinders. Reinders in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car number 2 of Riley Gresco. Gresco in lane 3. Often racing in 808B. Danzillo, lane 1. Reinders, lane 2. Gresco in lane number 3. They are across the line. We'll see if Reinders holds on to the lead in that heat.
Dylan manages to hold on to the lead after 2 phases of Heat 808, followed closely by Hudson Danzillo at .036 and .156 for Riley Gresco.
Next up, it'll be 812B for our local masters. Lane 1, it's car 1 of Alexis Head. Head in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 24 of Jordan Colbert. Colbert in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 9 of Nathan Tiffany. Tiffany in lane 3. And these three champs are racing. Ed in lane 1, Colbert lane 2, Tiffany lane 3. Good first phase between these three champs. Colbert won it, but only by 6/1000ths over Nathan Tiffany. Alexis Head still right in there as well, 0.034 off the leader after one phase. And we'll see how that result changes things.
It looks as if Alexis Head steps up to take the lead here in phase 2 of heat 8-12. Followed really close by Jordan Colbert at 0.007. That's 7/1000ths of a second. And Nathan Tiffany at 0.034. Very close race indeed.
I see some cars moving over from the pavilion right now. And this is just the start of day 2 of a big week here at Derby Downs. Of course, yesterday our AUI Rally Challenge. Local challenge today. Tomorrow, it's our all-star race for some of our top rally champs from across the country, as well as our Legacy Division competition and the Topside Show. Friday, the National Super Kids Classic will be here at Derby Downs, and I always encourage people, I know Friday can be a busy day with getting ready for Saturday and then all the things that go on Friday night, but if you have time, I encourage you to check out the National Super Kids Classic. It is a tremendous, tremendous event. We encourage you to check that out. Also, the Vintage Derby Car Show back for another year. This year, it's over at the Steelworkers Union Hall on Kelly Avenue. And that's always a fun one, too. So we encourage you to check that out on Friday as well. And, of course, Saturday, it's the 86th running of the First Energy All-American Soapbox Derby here at Derby Downs. Heat 805C set to go. Lane 1, it'll be car 25 of Parker Lame. Lame in lane 1. In lane 2, it'll be car 23 of Alexis Jordan. Jordan in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 17 of AJ Garcia. Garcia in lane 3. And we are off and racing in 805C. Lame in lane 1, Jordan in lane 2, Garcia in lane 3. Garcia, your heat leader after 2, so we'll see if it'll be AJ moving on, or if Parker can close a gap of 0.014, or if Alexis can close a margin of 0.051.
It looks like Parker Lame was able to close that gap. So he's taken heat 805 and will indeed advance. Garcia not far behind with 0.044 and Alexis Jordan at 0.087. So you can see the car number 25 in the next round.
804B is next. Lane 1, car number 4 of Audrey Rains. Rains in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 22 of Eleni Fisher. Fisher in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 16 of Gerald Young. Young in lane 3. And as we get these champs situated, looking at the bio cards here, Audrey Rains, it says favorite activities, worm charming, underwater pumpkin carving, competitive duck herding, and noodling. Fisher, meanwhile, favorite activities, photography, arts and crafts, hanging out with friends. Gerald, favorite activity, playing basketball. And they are off and racing in this one. Rains, lane 1, Fisher, lane 2, Young in lane 3. They are across the tunnel. And racing in for the finish are Rains, Fisher, and Young.
Well, the lead switched a little bit here at this point. It is Audrey Rains leading the way here on phase 2 of Heat 804, but some tough competition. Eleni Fisher at .022 and Gerald Young not far behind at 0.29.
.808C ready to go next. Lane 1, it's car number 2 of Riley Gresco. Gresco in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 12 of Hudson Danzillo. Danzillo in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 32 of Dylan Reinders. Reinders in lane 3. Still getting set to go up there. We're off and racing. Gresco lane 1, Danzillo lane 2, and Reinders in lane 3. After 2 phases, Dylan Reinders showed the way by .036 over Hudson and .156 over Riley. But here they come for the finish in Heat 808. And we'll find out in a moment who's going on to the next round.
It is Dylan Reinders holding on to take Heat 808. He'll be going on to the next round in the 32 car. We had Hudson Danzello in at .036 and Riley Gresco an aggregate of .172.
Close racing in that one, though. We did have a dead phase in phase 3 between Danzillo and Reinders, both at a 28.125. So some really good racing in that heat between those 3. Next on track will be Heat 812 phase 3. 812C lane 1 belongs to car number 9 of Nathan Tiffany. Tiffany in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car number 1 of Alexis Head. Head in lane 2, and in lane 3, It's car 24 of Jordan Colbert. Colbert in lane 3. And they're racing. You've got Tiffany in lane 1, Head in lane 2, and Colbert in lane 3. And a good close heat so far after 2. Alexis Head leads by just .007 over Jordan Colbert. Nathan Tiffany still in this one as well. See what the result in that phase does to things and who moves on.
It was a lot to make up, but Nathan Tiffany stepped up to take the heat, and it was close again. We mentioned a margin of .007, and that's how much Alexis Head was off, .036 for Jordan Colbert. So Nathan will be taking the number 9 car to the next round.
Our hold here is while we wait for more cars to be ready to race. So in the meantime, we encourage you to check out the custom apparel stand located next to the grandstand. Get your 2024 Derby swag. Also, make sure to say hello to Papa John's Pizza and Ohio's Best Lemonade along the side of the track. And if you want to get some FaceTime in your local media back home, go see Sarah and Claire at the Derby desk near the starting line. They're conducting interviews that'll be sent back to local media outlets in your hometown. The Derby desk will be here all week, so make sure you stop by and have a chat with Sarah and Claire at the Derby desk. So we got somebody down here along the side of the track at the finish line who says, you put him in that pace car, and that pace car is going to win. So I don't know how many more times we're going to see the pace car today. I don't have a heat sheet in front of me, unfortunately. But you might want to go talk to those folks up at the start line. Say, hey, put me in there. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play, right? Set to go for our next phase here. We see cars loading in. .804C set to go next. Lane 1, it's car 16 of Gerald Young. Young in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car number 4 of Audrey Rains. Rains in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is car 22 of Eleni Fisher. Fisher in lane 3. And as these champs get set to go, also want to say good morning to everyone watching along on YouTube this morning on the official Soapbox Derby YouTube page. Glad you're with us from wherever you are around the world for race week here at Derby Downs as we are on track in 804 Phase 3. Gerald Young in lane 1, Audrey Rains in lane 2, and Eleni Fisher in lane 3. After 2 phases, Audrey showed the way by .022 over Eleni, .029 to Gerald. Anybody's heat as they cross the finish line.
Results are just in for Heat 804, and it was Audrey Rains taking the heat, followed closely by Gerald Young with .013, and Eleni Fisher at .054.
Checking out the live chat on YouTube here. I'll try to keep my eye on this as best I can, but I forgot to plug my phone in last night, so I got to save battery a little bit. Debbie says, good luck to the Conshohocken champs. Lisa says, good luck, Sean Berge. Andy wishing good luck to Alexa Guerin. Tiffany says, let's go, Aaliyah. Darian says, good luck to the Lancaster champs, along with Alexis Jordan, Alexa Guerin, and Eleni Fisher. And Alana Malone. Thanks to everybody for checking in on YouTube today. I'll try to keep an eye on that as we go through the day, but like I said, I screwed up. Long day yesterday, fell asleep, didn't put the phone on the charger, and, well, we got another long day today. But I'll do my best to be checking in on the YouTube feed throughout the day. We are getting set to go for the Super Stock Division. This is Heat 751A. In lane 1, it's going to be car 161 from North Central Ohio, Marissa Kinnaman. Kinnaman in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 133 of Giada Donato. Donato in car 133, lane 2, out of Port Jervis, New York. And in lane number 3, it is car 118 from Greater Chicago, Illinois, Jayla Ferguson. Ferguson in lane 3. And they are off and racing in the Superstock division. Kinnaman in lane 1, Donato lane 2, and Ferguson in lane 3. Kinnaman wants to be a firefighter in Seattle. Giada wants to study law. Jayla wants to be a doctor so she can help people. Our first 3 Superstock champs across the finish line. A reminder to Superstock champs, couple of the ground rules today, got to stay in your lane. Pass those cones at run out. If you don't, it's a penalty. Also, do not hit the guardrail. That's a penalty too.
First results in for Heat 751, and it finds Marissa Kinnaman out there in front, followed closely by Giada Donato at .017 and Jayla Ferguson at .029 as the sun desperately tries to come out.
Hey, we'll take it today, right? Heat 752A set to go next. Lane 1, it's car 148 of Mac McNerney. McNerney in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 124 from New Hampshire. It's Bentley Demers. And in lane 3, it's car 110 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Madeline Warren. Warren in lane 3. And we are racing. McNerney, lane 1, Demers, lane 2, Warren in lane 3. Future scientist or engineer taking on a future custom painter, taking on a future bakery owner as they get ready to cross the finish line. There they are. Another reminder for our super stock champs that may have just got here and your families and your supporters. We are going to wait until results are official to announce them. We don't want to try to eyeball anything and be wrong. As I said earlier, I wear glasses for a reason. So we're not going to eyeball anything. We're going to wait for the results, and then Lou will tell them to you.
As we get going with Heat 752 and the first phase, we have Madeline Warren stepping out, taking the lead there. Bentley Demers next at .03 and .049 for Mac McInerney.
All right, 753A is next. Lane 1, it's car 144. From St. Louis, Missouri, it's Kaylee Pollock. Pollock in lane 1. In lane 2, car 999, the pace car, driven by Xander Neihart. Pace car, Neihart, lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 154, representing Williamsport, Pennsylvania, Carter Smithgall. Smithgall in lane 3. Often racing between 2 champs and Xander. Pollock in lane 1, Smithgall in lane 3. We run the pace car so that everybody gets a chance to run all 3 lanes in this first round. But the pace car well behind Kaylee Ed Carter as our future soldier doctor vet crosses the line, along with Carter, who wants to be a paleontologist for 3 days a week and a social media influencer 2 days a week.
Oh, we have the results in here, and it's Kaylee Pollock stepping out to take the lead, followed by Carter Smithgall. just 2/10 off. And then our pace car.
Since we shouted out the pace car driver, I guess we'll shout out his margin too. Sander 1.092 behind. Another reminder for our Superstock champs, we do want to encourage you to get all the way down to the canopies and run out. If you stop short, it causes a hold while we get you off the track because there are fences on both sides of the track. So if you stop short, we still have to push your car all the way down to the end to get you out of here. So we do encourage you, let it run out all the way and aim for the canopies at the end of run out. All right, we see more cars coming down now. We'll be back to racing here in just a moment. And I figured out how I can see the chat box on the YouTube feed without killing my phone. So good morning to Sue, who says good luck, Alexa Guerin. Also, good morning to Cassie, who says good luck, Carson and Andrew from the Lancaster Soapbox Derby family. And as we wait for those cars to arrive at the ramps, thank you to our sponsors who make our event possible. First Energy Corporation, AUI Associated Underwriters, Inc., Brennan Manna Diamond, DeLauro Racker and Thomas, Huntington Bank, Impel Wealth Management, Malco Products, Inc., Papa John's, Rotzel and Andrus, SC Fastening Systems, Sieber Keck Insurance Partners, State and Federal Communications, National STEM Ecosystems, TaylorMade Jewelry, and the University of Akron. We appreciate their support.
Jason, if somebody wanted to pick up some really sweet Soapbox Derby
Oh, if they want a whole new wardrobe, you mean?
yeah, something like that.
I hope you brought an extra suitcase if you came from out of town. We've got custom apparel right down here along the side of the track. And they've got T-shirts, hats, jackets, hoodies. They got everything you need. So make sure you check them out while you're here. As we see some super stocks getting loaded in right now. Had a brief delay while we waited for some cars to get ready, but it looks like we are about to be back to racing. Heat 751B is next. Lane 1, car 118 of Jayla Ferguson. Ferguson in lane 1. Lane 2, car 161 of Marissa Kinnaman. Kinnaman in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 133 of Giada Donato. Donato in lane 3. And they are racing. You've got Ferguson in lane 1, Kinnaman in lane 2, Donato in lane 3. Lane 2 getting over towards that lane line. I think the line judges are going to want to look at that for Marissa Kinnaman. Kinnaman did have the lead in this heat after one phase. But Ferguson and Donato are right there. So we'll take a look, get a decision from the officials here on the lane line violation, and then give you some results. And there will be a penalty on lane 2, Marissa Kinnaman, for that lane line violation.
The data for Heat 751, Phase 2. There was a penalty assessed, but it was Agleda Donato leading the pack there, followed closely by Jayla Ferguson at .002 and Marissa McKinnaman at .079.
And we move on to 754A next. Lane 1, it's car 162 of Sophia Rosa. Rosa in lane 1. In lane 2, car 119 of Gunnar Mills. Mills in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 125, of Aubrey Nelson. So these champs from Kentucky, New York, and North Dakota on track right now, about halfway down. They get ready to cross over that tunnel in front of the grandstand area, the flatter part of the track here. And here they come across the line.
The first phase of Heat 754 goes to Sophia Rosa, followed by 3/1000ths of a second. It's Gunnar Mills, and it's Aubrey Nelson off by 0.127.
$752B is next. Lane 1, it's car 110 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Madeline Warren. Warren in lane 1. Lane 2, it is car 148 from Cincinnati, Ohio, McNerney. McNerney in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 124 from New Hampshire, Bentley Demers. Demers lane 3, they are on track now. Warren in lane 1, your heat leader after one phase. 0.030 to the good on Bentley, 0.049 over Mac.
In this phase 2 action of Heat 752, we find Madeline Warren stepping out front, followed by Bentley Demers at 0.09, and it's McKinley McCurney at 0.142.
$755A is next. Lane 1, it's car 128 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Shelton Taylor. Taylor in lane 1. Lane 2, car 165 from Queens, New York, Savannah Bissono. Bissono representing Queens from Brooklyn in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 106 representing Tullahoma, Tennessee, it's Grayson Hall. Hall in lane 3. Those three champs underway. Taylor in lane 1 wants to be a pro racer, lawyer, or business owner. Bissono in lane 2 wants to be a marine biologist. Grayson in lane 3 wants to be a ball player. And all three champs cross the finish.
As we get underway with this first phase of Heat 755, we find Shelton Taylor out in front, followed by Savannah at 0.127. Grayson Hall next at 0.198.
$753B next. Lane 1, it's car 154 of Carter Smithgall. Smithgall in lane 1. In lane 2, it is car 144 of Kaylee Pollock. Pollock in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is the pace car, and I think it's still being driven by Xander Neihart. The pace car in lane 3. As they are on track, Pollock with a lead of 0.020 in this heat after the first phase. We'll see who takes a lead into the last phase of this one as we get ready for the finish.
It is Kaylee Pollock leading the pack at this point, followed by Carter Smithgall at 0.053, and the pace car.
Next up, it'll be Heat 756A. In lane 1, it's car 109 from Chattanooga, Tennessee, Chase Stewart. Stewart in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 158 from Camano Island, Washington, Priscilla Siddle. Siddle in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is car 143 of Reese Lawrence. Lawrence in lane 3. They are off and racing. You've got Stewart in lane 1, Siddle in lane 2, Lawrence in lane 3. We asked these champs for their career interests. Chase said, I don't know, but he hopes to attend the University of Tennessee. Priscilla wants to be a school teacher. Reese, a model or actress. Here they come across the line.
We begin heat 756 with Chase Stewart out in front, followed by Priscilla Siddle at .057 and Reese Lawrence off by .087.
And while we wait for more cars in the ramps, we want to thank some of the foundations and civic supporters who make the All-American Soapbox Derby possible. Thank you to the Akron Community Foundation, the Barberton Community Foundation, the Glen R. and Alice V. Bogus Foundation, the Bridgestone America's Trust Fund, the Bowman Fund, the City of Akron, the City of Cuyahoga Falls, the Mary S. and David C. Corbin Foundation, the County of Summit, the First Energy Foundation, the Huntington Charitable Grant Program, the Leonard Family Foundation, the Maynard Family Foundation, the John A. McAlonen Fund of Akron Community Foundation, the J.M. Smucker Company, the Joan M. and Louis B. Perry Family Foundation, Don S. and James L. Knight Foundation, the Laura R. and Lucian Q. Moffitt Foundation, the Leonard Family Foundation, the Lloyd L. and Louise K. Smith Foundation, the Mary S. and David C. Corbin Foundation, the Maynard Family Foundation, the Ohio Hotel and Lodging Association, the Pinkerton Foundation, the Ritchie Memorial Foundation, the Robert O. and Anna Mae Orr Family Foundation, the Sisler McFawn Foundation, the State of Ohio, the Summit County Department of Community and Economic Development, the Summit Educational Service Center, the Synthomer Foundation, the Verna McKibben Memorial Foundation, the Welty Family Foundation, and the Women's Endowment Fund of Akron Community Foundation. Loading up for our next phase in our local Superstock Challenge. This will be Heat 751C, Lane 1. It's car 133 of Giada Donato. Donato in Lane 1. Lane 2, it is car 118 of Jayla Ferguson. Ferguson in Lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 161 of Marissa Kinnaman. Kinnaman in lane 3. They're off and racing. Donato lane 1, your heat leader by just 2/1000ths of a second after 2 phases. We'll see if Giada can take care of business in lane 1 or if J-Lo will close that. Marissa with .079 to make up.
It looks as if Donato has indeed taken heat 751, followed closely by Marissa McKinnon, .0 or 104 and .046 for Jayla Ferguson.
Giada Donato moves on to the next round. 754B is next. Lane 1, car 125 is Aubrey Nelson. Nelson in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 162 of Sophia Rosa. Rosa in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 119 of Gunnar Mills. Mills in lane 3. Close first phase between these three. First and second separated by just 3/1000ths. That's Sophia, who was in lane 2 this time, and Gunner, who's in lane 3 for this phase. Nelson with an interval of .127 as these three champs are on track. Nelson in lane 1 from North Dakota, Rosa from Kentucky, lane 2, Mills from New York in lane 3. You got a future interior designer, a future physical therapist, and a future police officer in this one. They pass in front of the grandstands and cross the finish line. And it looks like we've got some more options for lunch while we wait for those results. We see the Thai dog stand back today, as well as the Akron tradition, the Swenson's food truck is here today.
The information just came in for the B phase of Heat 754, and it finds Gunnar Mills out in front, followed closely with 7/1000ths of a second by Sophia Rosa, and Aubrey Nelson off by .170.
Our next heat is set to get going. This is Heat 757A. In lane 1, it's car 121 from Cleveland, Ohio, Austin Crowan. Crowan in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 107 from Cape Girardeau, Missouri, Ella Wishern. Wishern in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 166 from Valparaiso, Indiana, Connor Donahue. Donahue in lane 3. Getting set for these three champs, first time on the hill today. And they are racing. Crowan in 1, Wishern in 2, and Donahue in 3. You got a future soccer player, doctor, or vet there in lane 1 in Crowan. Wishern, a future teacher. Donahue, a future robotic engineer, theater, light, and sound engineer. Very cool stuff for those three champs finish their first phase.
And we're looking at 757A, and Austin Crowan leads the way. And it was Ella McWorkin. I believe I got that right. Off by .057, followed up by Connor Donahue at .084.
755B is next. Lane 1, it's car 106 of Grayson Hall. Hall in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 128 of Shelton Taylor. Taylor in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 165 of Savannah Bissono. Bissono in lane 3. And we are racing in this one. All lane 1, Taylor lane 2, Bissono in lane 3. Taylor was your winner in the first phase by a little over a tenth over Savannah. About 2/10 back to Grayson. Those champs come in for the finish.
And heat 755, phase 2. It is Shelton Taylor managing to hold on to the lead, followed by Savannah Bisono at .193 and Grayson Hall off by .294.
758A is next in lane 1. It's car 116 from Tyne Valley, Prince Edward Island, Canada, Aaliyah Ellis. Ellis in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 104 from Lyons, Georgia, Taylor Copeland. Copeland in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 150 from Conneaut, Ohio, Tristan Hall. Hall in lane 3 on track. About halfway done already. Crossing over the tunnel. First time today we've seen a champ from our international region. And Aaliyah getting a lot of love in the YouTube chat box here. A lot of people watching from up north in Canada.
In this first phase action of heat 758, we have Taylor Copeland out in front, followed by Tristan Hall at .044, and Alyssa Ellis clocking in with a difference of .085.
.752 phase 3 loaded up and ready to go. Lane 1, it's car 124 of Bentley Demers. Demers, lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 110 of Madeline Warren. Warren in lane 2, and lane 3 on track in car 148 is Mac McNerney. McNerney in lane 3. Going down past the halfway mark. Going to find out soon who's going on to the next round. Warren had the lead in this heat by .090 after 2 phases.
Madeline manages to hang in tough there and take heat 752, followed by Bentley Demers off by .097 and .212 for Mackenzie McInerney.
As we wait for our next heat. Say hello to Darian, who was cheering Mac on a moment ago. Also in the chat box, it says, good luck, Lila and Abby. Let's go, Abel. A few people here for Abel. Marvin Taylor says, let's go, Shelton. Ken says, how long is the track? 989 feet is the length. As we are ready now for Heat 813A, Lane 1, it's car 19 from Columbia, Missouri, Brenna Kilby. Kilby in Lane 1. And in Lane 3, it's car 27 from Greater Des Moines, Iowa, Thomas Kilby. Thomas Kilby in Lane 3. Battle of the Kilbys is on track. Brenna Lane 1, Thomas Lane 3. 2-car heat. We're into the second round, so they'll run just the outside lanes, heat 1 and 3, or excuse me, lane 1 and 3. They cross over the tunnel. Close racing between the Kilbys. They hit the finish.
This beginning round of Heat 813 goes to Brenna Kilby, followed, of course, by Thomas Kilby, off by .031.
753C is next. Lane 1, the pace car, which I think is still being driven by Xander Neihart. Lane 2, car 154 of Carter Smithgall. Smithgall in lane 2 on track, and in lane 3, car 144 of Kaylee Pollock. Pollock in lane 3. So it's Smithgall and Pollock to decide who's going to the next round. Pollock about a half a tenth to the good on Carter. After two phases, here they come.
And it looks like heat 753 goes to Kaylee Pollock, followed by Carter Smithgall, off by a time of .066.
756B coming up next. In lane one, it's car 143 of Reese Lawrence. Lawrence in lane one. In lane two, it's car 109 of Chase Stewart. Stewart in lane two. And in lane three, it's car 158 of Priscilla Siddle. Siddle in lane three. In heat 756B. They're on track now. Stewart was your phase winner in phase one, as he now makes his way down in lane number two. See if Reese in lane one or Priscilla in lane three can close that gap.
After this second phase of heat 756, it's Chase Stewart stepping up to take the lead at this point, and it's Priscilla Siddle off by .068, and Reese Lawrence at .08.
Getting set for another Masters heat next. This will be heat 814. Phase A, lane one. It'll be car number 4 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Audrey Rains. Rains in lane one. And in lane 3, car 15 from Lisbon, Ohio, Elijah McCurdy. McCurdy in lane 3. As these two champs on track now. As they make their way down past the halfway marker. Audrey wanting to go into precision agriculture. Elijah thinking maybe cybersecurity, wants to be a derby dad too.
It's Audrey Rains taking this first phase of heat 814. And Elijah McCurdy not off by much, .056.
Heat 815A is next. Lane 1, it'll be car 25 from Portage County, Ohio, Parker Lame. Lame in lane 1. And in lane 3, it'll be car 8 from Harrisonburg, Virginia, of Grayson Lilly. Lilly in lane 3. As we see them just about ready to go, and they are racing. Lame in lane 1, Lilly in lane 3. Battle of a couple of ninth graders in this one. And they are down past halfway. Parker, a track and field runner, a percussionist, and a cyclist. Lilly, a fan of science, gaming, and shooting.
And this portion of 815 goes to Parker Lame. Parker Lame. Grayson Lilly off by a time of .073.
Heat 816A up next in lane 1. It's car 32 of Dylan Reinders. Reinders in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 26 of Chloe DeFazio. DeFazio from Conneaut, Ohio in lane 3. Getting those champs locked up. And they're racing. You've got Reinders in lane 1. You've got DeFazio in lane 3. Reinders, a sophomore at Iowa State, a trap shooter. Chloe, meanwhile, sophomore at Edgewood. Dance, cheer, and painting are her hobbies as those two green cars cross the finish. Get those results, and we'll head back to Superstock coming up.
First round action for Heat 816. We have Dylan Reinders out in front right now, followed up by Chloe at .083.
.754C is next. This is an elimination phase. Lane 1, it's car 119 of Gunnar Mills. Mills in lane 1. Lane 2, car 125 of Aubrey Nelson. Nelson in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 162 of Sophia Rosa. These three are on track. 7/1000ths of a second separated Gunnar Mills in first place and Sophia Rosa in second after 2 phases. Aubrey with a little over a tenth and a half to close here. Let's see what happens between Gunnar, Aubrey, and Sophia. Close phase between those three.
Heat 754 was close indeed. Gunnar Mills, however, advances, and it is Sophia Rosa very close behind at 8/1000ths of a second, and Aubrey Nelson off by 217.217.
Back to the Masters division we go. 817 phase 1 is next. 817A in lane 1. It'll be car number 3 representing Chattanooga, Tennessee. It's Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 1. And in lane 3, in car 21 representing Owensboro, Kentucky, it's Lane Schlafke. Schlafke in lane 3. And we are racing between Guerin and Schlafke. Couple very experienced champs in this one. These two absolutely know the fast way down. They've been here many times. So here they come, and it's going to be a good phase between these two. There's the finish line. We'll get your results.
In first round action on Heat 817, it is Alexa Guerin stepping out front, followed up by Lane Schlafke at .061.
Super stocks in the ramps now. 757B is next. Lane 1, car 166 of Connor Donahue. Donahue in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 121 of Austin Crowan. Crowan in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 107 of Ella Wishern. Wishern in lane 3. And they are racing. Donahue, lane 1. Crowan, your heat leader in lane 2. Wishern in lane 3. Interesting little tidbit on Connor here from his bio card. Says went to state in Vex Robotics in 2024. Very cool. It's been a good year for Connor Donahue, it sounds like. As Connor, Austin, and Ella cross the finish.
The second round of Heat 757 goes to Austin Crowan, followed up by Wickern at .051, and Connor Donahue off the mark by .086.
818A coming up, lane 1. It's car number 9 of Nathan Tiffany. Tiffany from Chicago, Illinois in lane 1, and in lane 3, it'll be car 14 from Stafford, Virginia, Aiden Black. Black in lane 3. Getting those champs set to go here. They are on track. Nathan Tiffany, lane 1, Aiden Black in lane 3. Second round action in our Masters division of the local challenge. Nathan, a fan of playing the drums as well as baseball. Told you earlier, Aiden, a fan of scavenger hunts with Mr. Staples, according to his bio card. There's the finish line for those two.
And in this first round of Heat 818, we find Nathan Tiffany out there in front, followed up by Aiden Black at .037.
.755C set to go. This is an elimination phase coming up. Lane 1, it'll be car 165 of Savannah Bissono. Bissono in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 106 of Grayson Hall. Hall lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 128 of Shelton Taylor. Taylor in lane 3 is your heat leader. Has a little under 0.2 of a second on Savannah and a little under 0.3 on Grayson. So here they come to the finish line.
And it is Shelton Taylor holding on tight to take the win in Heat 755. Followed up by Savannah, off by .314, and Grayson Hall, .443.
.758B is next. Lane 1, it'll be car 150 of Tristan Hall. Hall in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 116 of Aaliyah Ellis. Ellis in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is car 104 of Taylor Copeland. Copeland in lane 3. These champs on track. Copeland took phase 1 of this one by .044. It was Tristan in second, Aaliyah in third. Here they come to the finish line.
Second round of Heat 758 shows Taylor Copeland out in front, followed up by Tristan Hall. off by .021, and Aaliyah Ellis at .174.
Heat 813, phase 2, set to go. Elimination phase between the Kilbys. It's Thomas in lane 1 and Brenna in lane 3. Brenna .031 to the good over Thomas after that first phase. These two-car affairs after the first round are also two phase affairs. We only got two cars. We're not going to run lane 2. They cross the line. Want to make sure we give everybody at least one shot at all the lanes, but after that, we'll run as many lanes as we have cars.
And it is Brenna Kilby managing to hold on, taking heat 813. And it is Thomas Kilby off the mark by .03.
Back to Superstock, 756C coming up next. Lane 1, it's car 158 of Priscilla Siddle. Siddle in lane 1. Lane 2, car 143 of Reese Lawrence. Lawrence in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 109 of Chase Stewart. Stewart in lane 3 for 756C, and they are on track right now. Stewart in lane number 3 is your heat leader after 2. So Priscilla with a gap of .068 to make up over there in lane 1. Reese lead .080. Here comes the finish.
And it is Chase Stewart holding on to take this elimination round. Heat number 756. Close behind Priscilla Siddle at .05. And Reese Lawrence off the mark by .165. So Chase will be going on to the next round.
759A is next, lane 1. It's car 149 from Portage County, Ohio, Morgan Bramer. Bramer in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 168 from Hopewell Township, New Jersey, Malia Molina. Molina in lane 2. And in lane number 3, car 101 from Moss Point, Mississippi, Elise Amador. Amador in lane 3. And a couple champs close to the guardrail there, but they do cross the finish line. And I'm being told the Derby desk with Sarah and Claire is open for business. So if you want to get some FaceTime with your local media, they're doing interviews that they will then send back to your local media in your hometown. So I know we get a lot of the Cleveland area media here, a lot of the Ohio media here, but for those of you who are from a distance, we want to give you the opportunity to get on your local media. We want to help you with that. So head over to the starting line area and check out the Derby desk with Sarah and Claire.
Results just in. There was a little bit of a delay, but we want to make sure things are right. And it is Morgan Bramer taking this first round of Heat 759, followed up closely by Elise Amador off at .024 and .162 for Malia Molina.
Next up, it'll be 760, phase one. They're on track already. Ana Orozco in lane one in car 157. Lane two, car 123, it's Cora Friedenstein. And in lane three, it is 152 of Kayla Klemick. As the skies have opened up here at Derby Downs, we'll get those results for you.
We have those results, and it is Cora Friedenstein leading pack at this point, followed up by Kayla Klemick at .016, and off the mark by .266 is Ana Orozco. Got it.
And as often happens here in Northeast Ohio, usually we say give the weather 5 minutes, it'll change. I think that time it was about give it, 45 seconds? We had a downpour. It slowed down a little bit. Of course, everybody on the grounds knows this, but for the benefit of our friends watching along on YouTube, 8:15 B is next, lane one. It's car 8 of Grayson Lilly. Lilly in lane one. Of course, as soon as I said that, it picked back up. Lane 3, sorry everybody here. Car 25 of Parker Lame. Lame in lane 3. And they are on track. Lilly in lane 1, Lame in lane 3. Lane .073 to the good on Lilly after one in heat 8:15. Down past halfway for our future doctor and our future lawyer or finance industry worker. And there is the finish line. We'll see how that result changes the overall, or if it changes the overall in heat 8:15.
The data comes in, and it's Parker Lame remaining out in front, actually taking heat 815. Parker will move on to the next round in the 25 car, and it was Grayson Lilly off the mark by .031.
Back to local Superstock we go. This is heat 761, phase one. Lane one, it's car 122 from Federalsburg, Maryland. Abel Isaiah McNeil. McNeil in lane one. In lane two, it's car 137 from Madisonville, Kentucky. Lily Meyer. Meyer in lane two, they're on track. Lane three, it is car 103 from Ocala, Florida. Ava David. David, lane three in heat 761A. These champs racing about halfway home now. Abel, this is cool, wants to be an advocate for the hemophilia community. That's really cool. Says nothing is impossible. And I see Abel getting a lot of love on the chat on YouTube as well. So Abel's got a cheering section back home in Maryland watching along.
Well, Abel's going to have a lot to cheer about as he took the first phase of heat 761. Iva David, close behind at 7 thousandths. That's very close. And Lily Meyer, not too bad at .036.
Heat 816B is next. Lane number one, it is car 26 from Conneaut, Ohio, Chloe DeFazio. DeFazio in lane one. And in lane three, it's car 32 of Dylan Reinders. Reinders in lane three. Darian Allen in the YouTube chat says, it's beautiful today out for racing. I mean, I'm standing under something, so I mean, we're all right, but I don't know about everybody else. We're on track in 816 Phase 2. DeFazio in lane 1. Reinders in lane 3. It's Reinders with an advantage of .083 after the first phase. The battle of the green cars halfway through. And here we come to the finish.
In heat 816, it's Dylan Reinders managing to hold on. Dylan will advance in the 32 car, and it was Chloe DeFazio off the mark by .088.
Going to have a test run coming down the track next. That test run is car 321 of Fiona Brittingham out of Federalsburg, Maryland. So usually when we see test runs, it's a result of a champ not being able to make it here in time for the test runs on Sunday, but we want to make sure that everything is good for these champs. As our test run stops a little short there. Next up after that test run is going to be heat 814A, lane 1. It's going to be car number 4 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Audrey Rains. Rains in lane 1. And in lane 3, car 15 from Lisbon, Ohio, Elijah McCurdy. McCurdy in lane 3. So getting our champs locked up now. And we are racing between Rains in lane 1 and McCurdy in lane 3. Second round action in our local Masters Challenge today. These champs from Kentucky and Ohio about halfway through. They cross the finish line, still trying to figure out worm charming for Audrey Rains. If it says it on the bio card, it must be true.
The data for heat 814A is in, and it's Audrey Rains stepping out front. Elijah McCurdy not far behind at .064.
Back to the super stock we go. This is 762A. Lane 1, it's going to be car 111 from Morganton, North Carolina, Paisley Hembry. Hembry in lane 1. They're on track. Lane 2, it's car 156 from Greater Lafayette, Indiana, Jazri Carr. Carr in lane 2, and in lane 3, it is car 132 from North Florida. It is Douglas McIlarney. McIlarney in lane number 3. Down past halfway, here they come across the grandstand area to the finish line.
The beginning round of Heat 762 goes to Paisley Hembry, and it was Doug McIlarney off the mark by .088, and coming in at .142 is Jazri Tower.
Heat 763A is next, lane 1. It's car 130 from Arlington, Massachusetts. Noelle Chiappa Blanco. Chiappa Blanco in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 113 from Sanford, Florida, Samantha Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 134 from South Charleston, West Virginia, Abby Gibson. Gibson in lane 3. As these three champs underway now. We asked Noelle about career interests. Undecided. Hey, plenty of time for that kind of stuff later, right? Marine biology, the career interest for Samantha. Abby, meanwhile, wants to major in psychology. Those three champs finish cleanly.
First round action for Heat 763 finds Noelle Chiappa Blanco out in front, followed up by Samantha Hoagie at a difference of .013 and .0121 for Abby Gibson.
.757C on track right now. It's Ella Wishern in lane 1, Connor Donahue in lane 2, and Austin Crowan in lane 3. After two phases of this one, it was Crowan out front by about half a tenth over Ella. We'll see what this result does to things as Ella, Connor, and Austin cross the finish line.
Heat 757 elimination round goes to Austin Crowan. Ella Wickern off by .101 and a difference of .132 for Connor Donahue. So it'll be Austin Cohen moving on to the next round with a 121 car.
Up next, 764A. Lane 1, it'll be car 135 from Columbia, Missouri, Carmelina Parisio. Parisio in lane 1. Lane 2, car 102 from Alpine, California, Miranda Edwards. Edwards in lane 2 as the rain picks up, and in lane 3, it's car 169 of Annie Mae Johnson. Johnson in lane 3. Here they come, a good close heat between these three.
Some really good racing in the first round of Heat 764, but it is Carmelina Parisio stepping out front, taking the lead at this point, followed up by Anamea Johnson at .044. And off the mark by .048, it's Miranda Edwards.
Next on the ramps, it's 818B in the Masters division. Lane 1, car 14 of Aiden Black. Black in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car number 9 of Nathan Tiffany. Tiffany in lane 3. We are off and racing. Aiden Black, lane 1. Nathan Tiffany in lane 3. Nathan Tiffany was your leader by .037 after the first phase. See what that phase does to things and who moves on to round 3.
Well, it is Aiden Black that'll be moving on in this Heat 818. Nathan Tiffany not too far behind, off the mark by .035. So Aiden Black moving on in the number 14 car.
Next up, 817B. Elimination phase for these champs. Lane 1, it's car 21 of Lane Schlafke. Schlafke in lane 1. And on track in lane 3, it is car 3 of Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 3. Little past halfway now. Guerin had the edge of .061. We'll see if that changes it. And who's going to advance between two very strong and very experienced champs in Schlafke and Guerin.
It looks as if we got a dead heat here. More information coming up momentarily. We're waiting on confirmation. Okay, Heat 817 is going to be a rerun. That'll be coming up momentarily. We'll keep you apprised of the situation. In the meantime, we're going to be looking at Heat number 758.
So it is a dead heat between Guerin and Schlafke. Dead heat, you send them up, try it again. You got to break the tie. And you knew those two were going to be close. But a dead heat between those two. 758C getting set to go. Lane 1, it's going to be car 104 of Taylor Copeland. Copeland in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 150 of Tristan Hall. Hall in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 116 of Aaliyah Ellis. Ellis in lane 3. So we've got a comment here on the YouTube feed from Laura Lynn. Says, shout out Aaliyah from the Canadian fans at the bottom of the hill and all the way from the East Coast, the hometown of Tyne Valley, watching along at home. And we are off and racing in 758C. Copeland in lane 1, Hall lane 2, Ellis in lane 3. Copeland your leader after 2. Ellis going off very close to that guardrail in lane 3. As they come down to the finish between Copeland, Hall, and Ellis.
The data is just about ready to come in this elimination round, and we have it. It's Taylor Copeland moving on to the next round. Aaliyah Ellis, not far off, but .341, and it was Tristan Hall at .110. So Taylor Copeland will move on to the next round.
760B getting set to go. Lane 1, it'll be Kayla Klemick. Klemick in lane 1. Lane 2, it'll be Anna Orozco. Orozco in lane 2. And in lane 3, it'll be car 123 of Cora Friedenstein. I see a comment here on the YouTube stream said, hey, I didn't see a tie in that heat. You were saying it was dead heat. Here's the thing. Remember, we're taking the aggregate here. This is multi-lane, lane swap, wheel swap. So the aggregate of their 2 phases was a dead heat, and that means we've got to run that one again, the one earlier between Guerin and Schlafke. And they're off and racing. Kayla in lane 1, Anna in lane 2, Cora in lane 3. Movement there in lane 2 for Orozco. Keeping it in the lane, though. All 3 of them are as they get ready to cross the finish.
A nice clean run. Cora manages to hold on to her lead, followed up by Kayla Klemick off by .054 and .447 for Anna Orozco.
They're getting loaded in now. This is 759B. Lane 1, it's going to be Elise Amador. Amador in lane 1. Lane 2, it's going to be Morgan Bramer. Bramer in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's going to be Malia Molina. Molina in lane 3 as they are racing. It was Bramer now in lane 2 who took phase 1. Only .024 over Elise, though. A little over a tenth and a half back to Malia as they cross over the tunnel. Here comes the finish line.
The data in for the second phase of Heat 759. And we see Elise Amador out in front, followed by Morgan Bramer off by .03, and Malia Molina at .311.
765A is next. Lane 1, it's going to be car 163 of Carson Martin from Lancaster, Ohio. Martin in lane 1. Lane 2, and they're about halfway down now, 136 of Ethan Heck. Heck in lane 2. Lane 3, it's car 115. Harrisonburg, Virginia's Caleb Gilbert. Gilbert in lane 3. Across the line they come.
The word is we had a nice clean run, and we have Caleb Gilbert out in front, followed up by Ethan Heck at .056 and Carson Martin at .074.
Halfway home now in 761B. Ava David, lane 1. Abel McNeil, lane 2. Lily Meyer in lane 3.
Times are in, and it's Ava David out in front, followed up by Abel Isaiah McNeil at .076, and off by .176. It's Lily Meyer.
766A is next. Lane 1, it's car 146 of Logan McDermott from Pottstown, Pennsylvania. McDermott in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 145 of Braxton Amstutz from Wayne Holmes County, Ohio. Amstutz in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 108 from Bronx, New York. Jaden Trapp. Trapp in lane 3. Racing down past the halfway mark, we've got a future teacher, a future race car driver, and a future engineer ready to finish their first phase of competition in the Superstock division. Close one between those three champs, but give the phase to Logan McDermott. McDermott, your winner of the phase by 4 1/1000ths of a second over Braxton Amstutz. Jaden Trapp, .079 back. McDermott takes the phase. And we go back to the Masters division. 814B set to go. Lane 1, car 15 of Elijah McCurdy. McCurdy in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 4 of Audrey Rains. Rains in lane 3. I was wondering where the air horns were over there today. They are off and racing between McCurdy and Rains. Elimination phase for these two. Audrey was .064 to the good after one phase. See what Elijah can do with lane 1 here. Results in for heat 814. The heat goes to Audrey Rains. Rains will move on. The final interval over Elijah McCurdy, .020 after the two phases. So Audrey Rains advances to the next round. Heat 767A set to go next. Lane 1, it's car 151 from Des Moines, Iowa. Moses K. Ostrander. Ostrander in lane 1. In lane 2, it is car 142 from Martinsburg, West Virginia. Balin Rodriguez. Rodriguez in lane 2. And in lane number 3, in car 160 from Omaha, Nebraska, by way of Ukraine, is Dasha Driscoll. Driscoll in lane 3. And as we get those champs set to go, they are on track now. Ostrander lane 1, Rodriguez lane 2, Driscoll in lane 3. Got a fan of video games, football, and cats in lane 1, fan of video games and Pokemon in 2, fan of track and field, volleyball, and helping her papa send supplies to Ukraine in 3. And 767A goes to Dasha Driscoll in lane 3. So Driscoll takes the phase by .059 over Moses K. Ostrander and .072 over Balin Rodriguez. 762B is next. Lane 1, it is car 132 of Douglas McElharney. McElharney in lane 1. Lane 2, car 111 of Paisley Hembry. Hembry in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's Jasreet Carr in car 156. As here they come down towards the finish. Hembry was your leader after 1. And after 2 phases in Heat 762, the Heat is in the hands of Paisley Hembry. Hembry, your leader after 2 by .095 over Douglas McElharney and by .237 over Jasreet Carr. Keeping an eye on the chat box here on the YouTube feed. Quinn Driggers checking in, says the Driggers family misses everyone. We miss you guys too. Thanks for checking in with us today. Hope to see you guys back here in the future. We're going to settle that dead heat, starting with this 823A. Lane 1, it's going to be Alexa Guerin in car 3. And in lane 3, it's going to be car 21 of Lane Schlafke. Schlafke lane 3. They are on track. These 2 champs had a dead heat after their 2 phases earlier. So we'll try to settle things here as we make our way down. And we'll check those results. And phase 1 goes to Alexa Guerin. Guerin takes the phase by .033 over Lane Schlafke. It will be Guerin taking a lead into the next phase. .763B is going to be next, lane 1. It'll be Abby Gibson. Gibson, lane 1. Lane 2, it'll be Noelle Chiappa-Blanco. Chiappa-Blanco in lane 2. And in lane 3, it'll be Samantha Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 3. And they are on track. Gibson, lane 1. Chiappa-Blanco in lane 2. Leads this heat after 1. Hoagie, .013 back. Second place in lane 3. And here they come down for the finish. Close phase between those three. And this is a really close heat after two. Noelle Chiapablanco continues to lead the heat after two phases by just 3 one-thousandths of a second over Samantha Hoagie. And it's only 8 one-thousandths of a second back to Abby Gibson. So incredibly close racing there. That'll be a phase three to watch in just a little bit. 768 phase one is next. 768A, lane one, car 153 from Culpeper, Virginia. It's Braden Johnson. Johnson in lane one. In lane two, it's car 120 from Jamestown, New York, Skylar Ekstrom. Ekstrom in lane two. And in lane number three, it is car 155 of Corbin Pritchard from Anderson, Indiana. Pritchard in lane number three. Halfway home for these champs. They cross the tunnel now. And here we come to the finish. Couple of champs stopped a bit short in the run-out area, so we'll get them pulled out of there. In the meantime, we can tell you that Braden Johnson was the winner of that phase by .050 over Skylar Ekstrom, and then it was Corbin Pritchard, .087 back. Another reminder to our champs, we do ask our champs, try to aim for the canopies at the end of run out as where you want to be stopping. If you stop short, then we got to come pull you out because there's no real way to get out on this track until you get down to that canopy. We've got fences on both sides. Starting to get up on the lunch hour here. So don't forget, we got Papa John's Pizza. We got the Thai dog stand. We've got Swenson's here. And we've got Ohio's Best Lemonade ready to serve you along the track between the grandstand and the canopies. And, of course, our friends at Custom Apparel here as well.
Yes, Ohio's Best Lemonade. Just look for the giant lemon.
And we are racing in 764B. Annie Mae Johnson in lane one. Carmelina Parisio in lane two. And Miranda Edwards in lane number three. Parisio was your leader after one phase by about 4 one-hundredths of a second over both Annie Mae and Miranda.
And it looks like Carmelina Parisio managed to hold on to that lead here in phase two of Heat 764, followed up by Emelina Johnson at .056 and .096 for Miranda.
769A will be next. Lane one, car 159 from Columbus, Ohio, Michaela Dempsey. Dempsey in lane one. In lane two, it's car 105 from Henderson, Nevada, Aubrey Gresco. Gresco in lane two. And in lane three, it's car 112 from Staten Island, New York, Melanie Velez. Velez in lane three. On track and racing in 769A, you got Dempsey in lane 1, Gresco in lane 2, Velez in lane 3. And it looks like Dempsey got in or close to that lane line. Got to watch those timer boxes at the finish line. So our judges are going to take a look at that, and then we'll get you some results. So there will be a penalty assessed to Michaela Dempsey for a lane line violation in lane 1.
All right, phase 1 of Heat 769 finds Aubrey Gresco out in front, followed by Michaela Dempsey off by 1. Yeah, it would have been a dead heat. Off by 0.1. And at 0.130, not far behind, Melanie Velez.
That would have been a dead phase there between Dempsey and Gresco, but the penalty was assessed. 760C set to go next. This is an elimination phase, lane 1. It'll be Cora Friedenstein. Friedenstein, lane 1. Lane 2, Kayla Klimick. Klimick in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's Anna Orozco. Orozco in lane 3. As they make their way down, Cora was your heat leader after 2 with a lead of .054 in this one over Kayla Klimick. And there is the finish.
And it is Cora Friedenstein holding on to take the heat. That's heat 760, followed up by Kayla Klimick at .121 and .727 for Anna Orozco. So it will be Cora moving on to the next round.
770A will be next. Lane 1, it's car 138 from Akron, Ohio, Ella Probst. Probst in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 140 from Colorado Springs, Colorado, Tristan Toludo. Toludo in lane 2, and in lane number 3, it is car 126 from Stafford, Virginia, Abigail Pinero. Pinero in lane 3. Some experienced champs in this one. Toludo, last year, our local stock division world champion. As they make their way past the finish line.
First round of Heat 770 goes to Ella Probst of Akron, Ohio, followed closely by Tristan Tolulo at .013 and Abigail Pinero off by .059.
Time for the elimination phase in Heat 759. This is 759C. Lane 1, car 168 of Malia Molina. Molina in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 101 of Elise Amador. Amador in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 149 of Morgan Bramer. Bramer in lane 3. As they are off and racing. Molina, Amador, and Bramer. Amador, your leader after 2 by .030 over Morgan. Malia going to need to make up about 3/10 to move on to the next round. And there is our finish line.
And it is Elise Amador moving on from Heat 759 to the next round. Follow-up scores, differential .048 for Morgan and .42.
Time to settle that dead heat from earlier. 823B set to go. Well, maybe we'll settle it. Maybe they'll dead heat again. Lane 1 belongs to Lane Schlafke. Schlafke in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 3 of Alexa Guerin. Guerin in lane 3. Two phases earlier, not sufficient to settle it between Schlafke and Guerin, so we sent him back up, told him try it again. Let's see if we can get a winner this time. Schlafke in lane 1, Guerin in lane 3. Schlafke needs to make up .033 in lane 1. We'll see if he can do it.
The runoff goes to Lane Schlafke. Just so you know, Alexa Guerin was off by 2 one-thousandths of a second. That is a small margin.
Wow. So they came down the hill 4 times. They did lanes 1 and 3 each twice. And the margin between the two after 4 times down the hill, 2 one-thousandths of a second. Incredible. Between Lane and Alexa. All right, 765B next in Superstock. Lane 1, it's car 115 of Caleb Gilbert. Gilbert in lane 2. Or excuse me, in lane 1. In lane 2, it's going to be Carson Martin in car 163. Martin lane 2. Lane 3, it's going to be car 136 of Ethan Heck. Heck in lane 3, they are on track. A little bit of movement from those champs, but they draw it back in on the center line as they cross. Saw a couple of those champs get close in on those lane lines, so the lane judges are going to take a look at that. And our line judges say no penalties on that last phase. All 3 champs clean.
And with that, we have Caleb Gilbert out in front after a second phase, followed by Ethan Heck at .072 and .154 for Carson Martin.
Up next, 761C in lane 1. It's car 137 of Lily Meyer. Meyer in lane 1. Lane 2, it's going to be car 103 of Ava David. They're on track now. David in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is car 122 of Abel Isaiah McNeil from Federalsburg, Maryland. McNeil in lane 3. Ava was out front after 2. We'll get those results in a minute, see if our 2022 local stock world champion is going on to the next round or if it'll be Lily or Abel.
It is Ava David holding on to take heat 761. Ava will be moving on. The others were off the mark by .104 and .196. That's Abel and Lily, respectively. So look for Ava in the next round.
We'll move to 766B next. Lane 1, it's car 108 of Jaden Trapp. Trapp in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 146 of Logan McDermott. McDermott in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 145 of Braxton Amstutz. Coming down towards the halfway marker are Trapp, McDermott, and Amstutz. Trapp, a fan of basketball and building stuff. McDermott, your heat leader, a fan of taekwondo, painting, among others. Amstutz, by the way, Amstutz just 4 1,000ths behind McDermott after one phase. Fan of baseball and football.
Heat 766, phase 2 data just in. And we find Logan McDermott out in front, followed by Braxton Amstutz and at .024, and Jaden Trapp at .110.
767B is next, lane 1. It is car 160 of Dasha Driscoll. Driscoll in lane 1. Lane 2, car 151 of Moses K. Ostrander. K. Ostrander in lane 2, and in lane number 3, it is car 142 of Balin Rodriguez. Rodriguez in lane 3. Three champs getting ready to finish up here. Driscoll was your heat leader after one.
And it is Driscoll managing to hold on to his lead, followed up by Ostrander at .173 and .147 for Rodriguez.
Set to go in 771A. They are on track right now. Lane 1, it's car 167 of Addison Linz. Linz in lane 1 from Holton, Maine. Lane 2, car 147 of Grace Greiga from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. Greiga in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 129 from Ogallala, Nebraska. Audrey Auerda. Auerda in lane 3. They cross the finish line.
Okay, the data is in, and it is Audrey Auerda. She's out in front, followed up by Grace Gerga of .048 and 1.129 off the mark for Addison Linz.
.762C getting loaded in lane 1, car 156 of Jazreet Carr. Carr in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 132 of Douglas McElharney. McElharney in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 111, Paisley Hembry. Hembry in lane 3. Racing down towards the finish. Embry was your heat leader.
Paisley was our heat leader, and Paisley manages to hold on and take Heat 762 and will advance. The other data include Douglas McIlharney off by .066 and .247 for Desiree Cower.
Next up, it is 763C. Samantha Hoagie in lane 1, Abby Gibson in lane 2, and Noelle Chiapa Blanco in lane 3. They are on track now. Hoagie lane 1, Gibson lane 2, Chiapa Blanco in lane 3. 8/1000ths of a second separated these three after two phases. So when we say it's anybody's heat, we mean it in this one. Those three champs cross the finish line.
It has been great racing in Heat 763, but somebody's got to come out on top, and that is Samantha Hoagie. She'll be advancing in the 113 car. .074 off for Abby Gibson, and Noelle Chiapa Blanco at .054. So congratulations to Samantha.
772A is next. In lane 1, it's car 114 of Gavin Lutsky. Lutsky in lane 1. Lane 2, it'll be car 117 of Ryan Suika. Suika from Flint, Michigan in lane 2. And in lane 3, representing Western Pennsylvania, it's Anna Cox. Cox in lane 3. As we see the sunshine, in real sunshine for the first time all day here at Derby Downs. Lutsky in lane 1, career interest undecided. Suika in lane 2 wants to be a firefighter. Cox in lane 3 wants to be a veterinarian.
In Heat 772, Phase 1 action, it finds Ryan Suika out in front, followed up by Gavin Lutsky, .071, and Anna Cox at .078.
.768B coming up next, lane 1. It is car 155 of Corbin Pritchard from Anderson, Indiana. Pritchard, lane 1. Lane 2, car 153 of Braden Johnson from Culpeper, Virginia. Johnson, lane 2. Lane 3, it's car 120 from Jamestown, New York. Skylar Ekstrom. Ekstrom in lane 3. And here come these champs to the finish line. Our future police officer or chef, our future surgeon, and our future chiropractor.
Braden Johnson out in front on this run, and .057 belongs to Skylar Ekstrom. And at Corbin Pritchard, off the mark by .155.
.773A is next. Lane 1, it'll be car 164 from Tuscarawas County, Ohio, Carson Feller. Feller in lane 1. In lane 2, from Owensboro, Kentucky, car 139 of Hayden McBride. McBride in lane 2, and in lane 3, car 141 from St. John's, Michigan, Henry Bancroft. Bancroft in lane 3. Feller, a future farmer or engineer. McBride, a future game warden or NFL football player. Bancroft, also a future football player.
First round action for Heat 773. It is Carson Feller out in front, very closely behind Hayden McBride at .025 and .052 for Henry Bancroft.
.764C is next. On track, it's Miranda Edwards in lane 1, Annie Mae Johnson in lane 2, and Carmelina Parisio in lane 3. Carmelina Parisio had a lead after 2 phases of .056. We'll see if Annie Mae can close that in lane 2, or if Miranda can come back from .096 behind in lane 1.
Carmelina Parisio takes the elimination round, taking this heat, 764, followed up by Emilia Johnson at .067, and Miranda Edwards came in off the mark by .084. Carmelina moving on.
.769B on track, lane 1, it's Melanie Velez. In car 112, lane 2, it's going to be Michaela Dempsey. In car 159, and in lane 3, it's car 105 of Aubrey Gresco. Games from New York, Ohio, and Nevada on track right now. About a tenth of a second separated first place Aubrey from second place Michaela in that first phase.
After phase 2 in heat 769, we have Aubrey Gresco out in front, followed up by Michaela Dempsey at .058 and off the mark by .175. It's Melanie Velez.
770B on track now, lane 1, it's Abigail Pinero. Pinero in lane 1, lane 2, it's Ella Probst. Probst in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 140 of Tristan Toludo. Probst was your leader after 1. .013 back to Tristan, .059 back to Abigail.
All right, the second phase of heat 770 finds Tristan Toludo stepping out in front over Ella Probst only by 7/1000ths of a second. Abigail Pinero at .068. So we'll see what happens in phase 3 for heat 770.
So before we get into our next heat here, obviously this is supposed to be a very happy time for our champs and their families, but unfortunately for one of our champs and his family, this week has been anything but. Keegan Altamare was supposed to be with us yesterday in the AUI Rally Challenge. unfortunately, he and his family have lost everything in a house fire that burned his house to the ground. A terrible situation for one of our champs from here in Northeast Ohio. So we ask that you keep him in your thoughts and prayers, and we also want to tell you that there is a GoFundMe that has been established to help Keegan and his family recover from this terrible incident. So we encourage you to Google his name, Keegan Altomare, Altomare is the name. If you Google that, one of the first results should be that GoFundMe page. And I know a lot of you in Derby Nation have already donated money to help the Altomare family recover from this. But if you have it in your heart and your wallet to give, we encourage you to do that via the GoFundMe page that has been set up for the family. We can tell you, I think we can say it, right? He does plan to race with us on Saturday, and we look forward to that. But certainly, yeah, absolutely. But a terrible situation for the Altomare family. And again, we encourage you, Google that name, Keegan Altomare, and find that GoFundMe page if you are able to support them. .765C set to go next. Car 136 is Ethan Heck in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 115 of Caleb Gilbert. Gilbert in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is car 163 of Carson Martin. Martin in lane 3. And they are racing. Heck, lane 1, Gilbert, lane 2, Martin, lane 3. Through 2 phases, Gilbert was your leader. He's racing in lane 2 right now.
And the results are in for Heat 765, and Gilbert manages to hold on. So he takes Heat 765, and we'll move on. And Ethan Heck came in at a difference of .111. Carson Martin, a difference of .231. So we'll see Caleb Gilbert in the next round.
.766C is next, lane 1. It's car 145 of Braxton Amstutz. Amstutz lane 1. Lane 2, car 108 of Jaden Trapp. Trapp lane 2. Lane 3, car 146 of Logan McDermott. McDermott in lane 3. McDermott over there in lane 3 was .024 to the good after 2 phases. As they race down towards the finish, we'll see if that result changes anything.
The judges are calling for a clean run, and it is Braxton Amstutz who wins this round. Braxton will take and move on with car 145. Just right behind Logan McDermott, .049. And off the mark is Jaden Trapp by .165. So we'll see Braxton Amstutz and his 145 car race again.
.767C set to go. Lane 1, it's car 142 of Balin Rodriguez. Rodriguez in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 160 of Dasha Driscoll. Driscoll in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 151 of Moses K. Ostrander. Ostrander in lane number 3. So here they come down to the finish line. Driscoll had about a 1/10.5 over Balin and Moses, so we'll see how that shakes out.
It is Dasha Driscoll taking the elimination round, followed up by Balin Rodriguez at .210, and .242 belongs to Moses K. Ostrander. That is Heat 767. Dasha Driscoll moves on.
771B is next. Lane 1 from Ogallala, Nebraska. It's Audrey Auerda in lane 1. Lane 2 from Holton, Maine. It's Addison Linz in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 147 of Grace Greiga in lane 3. Auerda, your heat leader. A fan of hanging out with friends and going to the lake, according to her bio card. Greiga in lane 3 was in second by .048 after one phase. A tennis player. Addison in lane 3, a fan of cheerleading, tubing behind the boat, suntanning, and working at the bus.
Phase 2 results for Heat 771 finds Audrey Aduera out in front, followed up by Grace Grega at .140 and .236 for Addison Linz.
Next up, it is 772B. Lane 1, it's car 127 of Anna Cox. Cox in lane 1. Lane 2, car 114 of Gavin Lutzke. Lutzke in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 117 of Ryan Suika. Suika in lane 3. Suika was your heat leader after one. Has about 7 100s on both Anna and Gavin. So here come our future veterinarian in lane 1. Our future, well, Gavin will figure it out in lane 2. Undecided his career interest. And, of course, Ryan, our future firefighter, finishing in lane 3.
Phase 2 results in for Heat 772, and we find Ryan Swiga out in front. Gavin Lutzke right behind at .084 and .121 for Anna Cox.
Getting ready to start our third round of our local Masters Challenge here. This will be Heat 819A. Lane 1, it'll be car 19 of Brenna Kilby. Kilby from Columbia, Missouri in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 4 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Audrey Rains. Rains in lane 3. And we're up and racing. In 819A, it's Kilby in lane 1, Rains in lane 3. Racing down towards the finish. They cross the line. Brenna Kilby, first time at the All-American Soapbox Derby for Kilby. And not a bad way to come into your first Derby as the top rally point earner in the country in the Masters division.
And Brenna Kilby also took this first portion of Heat 819. And Audrey is not too far behind with .054.
768C coming up, lane 1, it's car 120 of Skylar Ekstrom. Ekstrom in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 155 of Corbin Pritchard. Pritchard in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 153 of Braden Johnson. Johnson in lane 3. Those champs just about set to go. And they're racing. Ekstrom in lane 1, Pritchard lane 2, Johnson in lane 3. Johnson, your heat leader after two phases. .057 over Skylar, .155 over Corbin. See if it's Braden going on to the next round, or maybe Corbin or Skylar can close in. There's the finish line.
And it is Braden Johnson taking the heat. Heat 768, followed up by his competitors at .039 difference at 2.257 Corbin Pritchard. So Braden will be advancing to the next round.
820A is next. Lane 1, car 32 of Dylan Reinders. Reinders in lane 1 as the rain picks up here at Derby Downs. Lane 3 is going to be car 25 of Parker Lame. Lame in lane number 3. Getting those champs set to go now. As we've had a severe case of Northeast Ohio weather here at Derby Downs so far today. We've had clouds, we've had sun, we've had rain, we've had downpours. I'm hoping we don't add anything else to the mix. We had wind yesterday morning. And they are racing in 820A. Dylan Reinders in lane 1, Parker Lame in lane 3. I will say, though, that wind made for some very fast times in the Masters division yesterday morning. As the sophomore at Iowa State, Dylan Reinders, and the freshman at Austintown, Fitch, Parker Lame, cross the finish line.
In the first round of Heat 820, that first round goes to Dylan Reinders. Parker Lame followed up at .071.
.773B is next. Lane 1, car 141 of Henry Bancroft. Bancroft in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 164 of Carson Feller. Feller in lane 2. In lane number 3, it's car 139 of Hayden McBride, as these three champs will dodge the raindrops now. Just about to the halfway marker. Feller was your leader after phase number 1. Here they come across the finish line.
The second round of Heat 773, it is Hayden McBride that takes up the lead right at this point. Carson Feller, 4 1,000ths of a second off, and .056 for Henry Bancroft. Great racing here today, despite the rain.
.769C set to go. Lane 1, it'll be car 105 of Aubrey Gresco. Gresco in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 112 of Melanie Velez. Velez in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 159 of Michaela Dempsey. Dempsey in lane 3. Down around the halfway marker now, Aubrey Gresco was the leader after 2 phases. This is an elimination phase. See if Aubrey moves on or if it'll be Michaela or Melanie.
The times are in, and it will be Aubrey Gresco. Moving on. He'll be taking the 105 car to the next round, followed up by Michaela Dempsey at .095, off the mark by .268, Melanie Velez.
Next up, it'll be 821A in the Masters division. Lane 1 is car 21 of Lane Schlafke. Schlafke in lane 1. And in lane 3, it was car 14 of Aiden Black. Black in lane 3. And it has really picked up now. They are racing. Rain slows down a bit just in time for Lane Schlafke in lane 1 and Aiden Black in lane 3. Schlafke, of course, earlier we saw him get the best of that dead heat tiebreaker over Alexa Guerin. Aiden Black over there in lane number 3. He's had a strong day as well.
And it is Lane Schlafke stepping out in front here. And this is the first phase of Heat 821. Not far behind Aiden Black, .086.
770C is up next. Lane 1, it'll be car 140 of Tristan Toludo. Toludo in lane 1. Lane number 2, it's car 126 of Abigail Pinero. Pinero in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 138 of Ella Probst. Probst in lane 3. Often racing between Toludo, Pinero, and Probst. Toludo in first, Probst in second, lanes 1 and 3. After 2 phases, separated by just 7 1/1000ths of a second. Pinero right there, .068 back. So here they come down towards the finish line. We'll find out who is moving on.
This elimination round goes to Tristan Tolulo. Heat 770. Tristan Tolulo, Ella Probst off the mark by .052 and .151 back for Abigail Pinero. Tolulo.
774A up next, round 2 of the Superstock Challenge getting ready to start here. Lane 1, car 133 of Giada Donato. Donato in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 110 of Madeline Warren. Warren in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 144 of Kaylee Pollock. Pollock in lane 3. As they are off and racing, you've got Donato lane 1, Warren lane 2, Pollock in lane 3. Donato, a softball player year-round, plays varsity soccer as well. Warren, also a softball player. Pollock, a volleyball player, a track and cross-country runner, and a swimmer. And the way this rain's picking up again, those swimming skills might come in handy at some point today.
The first round of Heat 774 goes to Madeline Warren, followed up by Giada Donato at .038, and off the mark at .042, Kaylee Pollock.
.775A getting set to go. Lane 1 in car 109 from Chattanooga, Tennessee is Chase Stewart. Stewart in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 119 from Rochester, New York, Gunnar Mills. Mills in lane, or correct me, Millis in lane 2. My apologies to Gunnar. And in lane 3, it's car 128 from Indianapolis, Indiana, of Shelton Taylor. Taylor in lane 3. So Stewart, Millis, and Taylor underway. Halfway home now. Games for Tennessee, New York, and Indiana getting ready to finish.
Results for this first phase of Heat 775. And we have Chase Stewart out on top, followed up by Shelton Taylor with a mark of .047, and it was .06 for Gunnar Mills.
So this might be a really awkward time to ask for this, but we do need help in run out currently. So if you'd be able to help us in run out, we sure would appreciate that. That helps keep the show going. The more people we have in run out, the faster we can get these cars loaded up and sent back up to the top. So if you're able and willing to help out in run out, we sure could use your help right now. On track, elimination phase in Heat 771, Grace Greiga in lane 1, Audrey Auerda in lane 2, and Addison Linz in lane number 3. It was Audrey Auerda with a little under a tenth and a half of an advantage after 2 phases. We'll get you those final results. Again, we could use some help in the run out if you're able and willing.
And it is Audrey Auerda holding on to take Heat 771, followed up by Grace Greiga at .203 and .381 for Addison Linz. So Audrey will be moving on to the next round.
776A getting ready to go now. 2-car affair, lane 1, it'll be car 104 of Taylor Copeland. Copeland in lane 1. And in lane 3, it'll be car 121 of Austin Crowan. Crowan in lane number 3. Second round action for the Super Stock here in our local challenge. The Super Stock champ from Lyons, Georgia, and the Super Stock champ from Cleveland, Ohio on track now. Copeland in lane 1, Crowan in lane 3. Copeland, a fan of shopping, hunting, shooting shotguns in 4-H, and riding her four-wheeler. Crowan, a fan of soccer, gymnastics, flipping on the trampoline, and playing video games. And those 2 champs are across the finish line.
And it is Taylor Copeland out in front after this first round of Heat 776, followed up by Austin Crowan at .083.
.820B set to go in the Masters division. Lane 1, it is car 25 of Parker Lame. Lame in lane 1. And in lane 3, it is car 32 of Dylan Reinders. Reinders in lane 3. And we are racing between Lame and Reinders. Reinders with a lead of .071 after that first phase. Let's see what Lame can do here with lane number 1.
And it looks like Dylan Reinders holds on to take heat 820, followed closely behind by Parker Lame at .022.
$819B coming up, lane 1. It's car number 4 of Audrey Rains. Rains in lane 1, and in lane 3, it's car 19 of Brenna Kilby. Kilby in lane 3. Getting set to go here. And we are off and racing. Audrey Rains in lane 1, Brenna Kilby in lane 3. Kilby had a lead of .054 coming into this one over Audrey Rains. We'll see if Audrey can make up that ground in lane number 1. Here they come, our senior at Murray State. And a 7th grader is Brenna Kilby. They are across the line. Lou will have those results.
And those results are in. It's Brenda Kilby taking this elimination round in heat 819. Over the course of the 2 runs, Audrey Rains was only behind .023.
.772C coming up next. Lane 1, it's car 117 of Ryan Suika. Suika in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 127 of Anna Cox. Cox in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 114 of Gavin Lutsky. Lutsky in lane 3. Those 3 champs on track now. About to find out who moves on to the next round. Ryan in lane 1 was your leader through 2. Gavin .084 behind, Anna .121 back. And there is the finish between those 3.
The judges called that a nice clean run, and it is Ryan Suika hanging tight to win heat 772. Ryan will advance in a 117 car to the next round. Followed, let's see, by Gavin Lutsky off the mark by .164 and .215 by Anna Cox.
773C is next. Lane 1, it's car 139 of Hayden McBride. McBride in lane 1. Lane 2, car 141 of Henry Bancroft. Bancroft in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 164 of Carson Feller. Feller in lane 3 is on track. McBride, your heat leader, but only had 4 1,000ths of a second over Carson Feller. Henry Bancroft back .056. We'll see if Hayden can get it done in lane 1 or if Carson can close in from lane 3. There's the finish.
And it is Hayden McBride taking heat 773 in this elimination round. Very close. 5 100ths of a second. Carson Feller behind, and it's .108 for Henry Bancroft. So we'll look for Hayden in the next round.
821B up next for the Masters. Lane 1, car 14 of Aiden Black. Black in lane 1, and in lane 3, it's car 21 of Lane Schlafke. Schlafke in lane 3. As the rain continues to fall here at Derby Downs, we say hello to everybody watching along on YouTube this afternoon. Looking at the comments Ella says, go champs. Cindy says, let's go Isaac Pickles. Go Carson, says Darian. Thank you to everybody watching along on YouTube today. Yada Donato. Donato. Of our local
lost. It might be too early to say, but I found the love of my life, my life. 너도 나와 같은 맘인걸. The love of my life. The way you make me feel is gonna change the way I used to be. 잊혀질 환상일까? 두려워하는 나의 손을 잡아줄 거란 뜻을 알아. Baby, take my hand. You're my teddy bear, teddy bear. 내 맘은 사랑과 내가 줘도 좋아. You're my teddy bear, teddy bear. 놀라운 너의 품, 난 보는 너의 눈. The sweet. You're my teddy bear, my teddy bear. 이대로 시간이 멈춘 대로 좋아. You're my teddy bear, my teddy bear. 부드러운 너의 품, 난 보는 너의 눈.
I don't wanna fall in love no more. It's just too much. It's just too much. No, I don't wanna hear a word no more. I'm done, but I just can't let go of you. No, I just can't do it. I can't let go of you. No, it's too much. It's too much. It's just too much. I don't wanna hear a word no more. Baby, no, just can't let go of you. I don't wanna fall in love no more. It's just too much. It's just too much. No, I don't wanna hear a word no more. I'm done, but I just can't let go of you. Tell me this cannot be real. Suck up. run straight to my feels. Broken trust that'll never heal, no. A love that just won't fade away. Promises that you would stay even at the end of days. My baby, oh no. Nobody hurt me like you do. Don't give me empty words if they ain't true. It's just too much. It's just too much. No, I don't wanna hear a word no more. I'm done, but I just can't let go of you. No, I don't want none. 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 Fall in love no more. I don't want none. No, 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 I don't want none. Fall in love no more. Bite the bullet, face the facts that I lost everything that I had when we split into different paths. Hurt so much I could only laugh. You can remove me with a tap, gone. Packing it up, another rap, done. Driving into a dead cul-de-sac, off track. I've been falling off this for ya, but nobody in this world do me dirty like you. What trying to fix what ain't broke? Chasing when I'm finna run, gunning it. I'm a jump ship, you don't need to come with. Stay where you are, don't stop me. Opening my stitches, watering on, we just can't mix. Love like a curse that will never live. Can't follow what I miss, but I just can't seem to quit this addiction. Make it stop. I don't wanna fall in love no more. It's just too much. It's just too much. No, I don't wanna hear a word no more. I'm done, but I just can't let go of you. No, I don't want none. 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 Fall in love no more. I don't want none. No, 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 I don't want none. Fall in love.
shining from the window late at night. I'm just watching someone else's life go by, wishing it was mine. Dreams, everybody has them at the start. Somewhere along the way they fall apart, and it makes it kinda hard to look up at the lights. When the lights go out, everything is clearer. When the lights go out, I could finally see what it's all about. Standing in the mirror when the lights go out, it's you looking back at me. Try your best to hold on to the rope. We all have a reason to let go, and it's easier to do, but it's better if we don't. When the lights go out, everything is clearer. When the lights go out, I can finally see what it's all about. Standing in the mirror when the lights go out, it's you looking back at me. When you wish upon a star just to find out it's a plane. And when you think you've come so far, but you're standing still again, and you finally understand. When the lights go out, everything is clear. When the lights go out, I could finally see. When the lights go out, everything is clearer. When the lights go out, I can finally see what it's all about. Standing in the mirror when the lights go out, it's you looking back at me. Hold, try your best to hold on to the rope. We all have a reason to let go, and it's easier to do, but it's better if we don't.
You have 5 new messages. Message 1. Message deleted. Message 2. Hi Michael. Message deleted. Message 3. Oh my god, I'm so sorry for calling. Message deleted. Message 4. Hi again, I'm so sorry for calling. Message deleted. Message 5. Me again, and I'm so sorry. Message deleted. 24 minutes.
Like a train, you'll hear me coming from 100 miles away. I don't ever remember running as fast as when I'm after you to stay. When I tell you that I promise, that's exactly what I mean. It's you, yes. chain to feel the need for
won't know. I won't know. Would you love me better if I could? Would you love me better if I could? Would you love me better if I could? Would you love me better if I won't know. I won't know.
Disconnected. Connected. User disconnected from your channel. User disconnected from your channel. Disconnected. User disconnected from your channel. User entered your channel.
.774B is next. Lane 1, it's car 144 of Kaylee Pollock. Pollock in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 133 of Giada Donato. Donato in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 110 of Madeline Warren. Warren in lane 3. And they're off and racing with Pollock in lane 1, Donato lane 2, Warren lane 3. Pollock, our future soldier, doctor, or vet. Yada, future lawyer. Madeline, a future bakery owner. Across the finish line are those three champs.
Phase 2 results are in, and it is Madeline Warren out in front, followed by Giada Donato at .036 and Kaylee Pollock at .046.
775B coming up next. Lane 1, it'll be car 128 of Shelton Taylor. Taylor in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 109 of Chase Stewart. Stewart in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 119 of Gunnar Millis. Millis in lane 3. Getting those champs set to go. Second phase for these three after what was a very competitive first phase. These three champs just separated by 6 1/1000ths of a second, first to third. And they are racing with Taylor in lane 1, Stewart in lane 2, and Millis in lane 3. It was Stewart out in front of this heat after 1. Gunnar Millis 4 1/1000ths back. Shelton Taylor 6 1/1000ths back. Racing in for a finish as they cross the line.
Heat 775, phase 2 results are in. And we have what looks like a dead phase here. Yeah.
Look at that. Wow.
And it was only Chase Stewart off by .01.
So Shelton Taylor and Gunnar Millis basically tied through 2. Stewart 10 1/1000ths back. So circle heat 775 on your heat sheet because phase 3 of that's going to be all kinds of fun. All right, phase 2 of our championship heat in the Masters division. Lane 1, it'll be Lane Schlafke in car 21. Schlafke, lane 1. Lane 2, it'll be car 19 of Brenna Kilby. Kilby in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 32 of Dylan Reinders. Reinders in lane 3. Set to go, and we are racing phase 2 of the championship heat in the local Masters Challenge. Schlafke lane 1, Kilby lane 2, Reinders lane 3. Kilby with the lead after 1. 7 1,000ths over Dylan after 1 phase. Only 24 1,000ths over Lane. They race down to the finish line. And we'll see how that changes things when we get those results. And the lead has changed hands in our championship heat. The lead now in the hands of Lane Schlafke by 6 1,000ths of a second over Brenna Kilby and just 31 1,000ths over Dylan Reinders. So it'll be Schlafke taking the lead into the final phase of our championship heat in the local Masters Challenge. Next up, back to Superstock 777B. Lane 1, it's Ava David in car 103. David in lane 1. Lane 2, it's Elise Amador in car 101. Amador in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 123 of Cora Friedenstein. We are off and racing. David in lane 1, Amador in lane 2, Friedenstein in lane 3. Cora had the lead in this one after 1, but only by 3 1,000ths over Elise. David .025 back. And our line judges are saying there will be a penalty on lane 2, Elise Amador, for a lane line violation.
Heat 777, phase 2 results. And we have Ava David out in front. Cora Feldenstein, .008. And Elise Amador, .106. We had an assessment there on that run. But there's still another phase to go, so we'll see what happens.
And it is time to get started with the local stock challenge. Our next heat is a stock heat. Heat 701A, lane 1. It'll be car 366 from Holton, Maine, Aiden Sear. Sear in lane 1. And in lane 2, it's car 364 from Valparaiso, Indiana, Marshawn Emmanuel. Emmanuel in lane 2, and in lane 3, the Fallsway Equipment pace car. As these two champs from Maine and Indiana cross the line. Pace car, not a bad showing that time. They tuned that pace car up during the rain delay, didn't they?
Let's take a look at the results for Heat 701 out of this first phase, and finds Aiden Holton out in front. Aiden Sear Holton out in front, followed up by Marshawn Emmanuel Valparaiso at .137, and our pace car. Oh.
702A next, lane 1, car 336 of Braden Chappell. Chappell in lane 1. Lane 2, car 319 from Chicago, Illinois, Kiara Jones. Jones in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 329 from Ogallala, Nebraska, it's Emmett Cottrill. Cottrill in lane 3. And they race across the line.
Seven results finds Braden Chappell out in front, followed by Emmett Cottrell off the mark by .073 and .174 for Kiara Jones.
We'll move back to Superstock. 778B is next. Lane 1, it'll be car 113 of Samantha Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 1. In lane 2, car 135 of Carmelina Parisio. Parisio in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it's car 111 of Paisley Hembry. Hembry in lane 3. And while we have a brief hold here, we do want to remind our stock champs of some of the ground rules today. Number 1, you got to stay in your lane. That's really important. If you touch the lane line, it will be a penalty. Also, you need to stay in past the cones and run out. So we need you to stay in your lane. Also, don't hit the guardrail. That'll be a penalty as well. There are also, you'll notice, stock champs, 2 orange timer boxes, one between lanes 1 and 2, one between lanes 2 and 3 at the finish line. If you hit those, we have a long delay, and we've already had a long enough delay today. So we don't want to see anybody hit those. So make sure you stay in your lane all the way through. And for anybody who might be new to Derby Week here in Akron, one reminder about results. We always make sure to get the results official before we announce them. We don't want to eyeball. We don't want to guess. You know, this week is too important. You guys have worked too hard to be here for us to be up here screwing up the results when we announce them. So we want to make sure that we get it absolutely right before we announce the results. So what that means is that there is going to be a little bit of a lag. If you're used to some of the rallies where you have the robotic timer and it announces right away and you get the lane 1 with a margin of, like that thing, we don't do that here. So, but we appreciate your patience on that. Car 325, please report to the barn immediately. Car 325 to the barn. So Brenna Berg, that's you. Please report to the barn. So just about set to go here between Hoagie, Parisio, and Hembry, and they are racing. Hoagie in lane 1, Parisio in lane 2, Hembry in lane 3. These champs from Florida, Missouri, and North Carolina about halfway down. Again, we saw a lot of these super stock champs earlier before the rain delay, but we cleared out the second round. We're going to rerun all of them from that rain delay. So if you're wondering why you're seeing champs now that you saw earlier, that's why.
Information just in officially for Heat 778, phase number 2. Samantha Hoagie out in front, followed by Paisley Hembry at .0323, and behind by .035, Carmelina Parisio. Now this is phase 2, so everybody's got another chance.
Next up, 703A on track right now in the stock division. Lane 1, it's car 353 of Morrissey. Morrissey from Culpeper, Virginia, lane 1. Pace car in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 306 of Charlie Cavins from Silicon Valley, California. Cavins in lane 3. Racing down to the finish between Say and Cavins.
It's Morrissey stepping out front in this first phase, followed up by Charlie Cavins at .062. This is Heat 703.
779B is next. Lane 1, car 115 of Caleb Gilbert. Gilbert in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 145 of Braxton Amstutz. Amstutz in lane 2, and in lane 3 in car 160, it is Dasha Driscoll. Driscoll in lane 3. Shout out to the Morrissey cheering section in the YouTube chat, by the way. As Gilbert, Amstutz, and Driscoll make their way down. Second phase of this one, Driscoll took the first phase by .037 over both Gilbert and Amstutz. We had a dead phase for second place last time we saw these three champs. As they go across, we'll see how things shake out after phase 2.
And it's Caleb Gilbert stepping up to take the lead in this phase, phase 2. Followed closely by Dasha Driscoll at .02 and .068 for Braxton Amstutz.
780, phase 2 is next. Lane 1, it's car 140 of Tristan Toludo. Toludo in lane 1. In lane 2, it is car 153 of Braden Johnson. Johnson in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 105 of Aubrey Gresco. Gresco in lane 3 as these champs are on track. Toludo took phase 1 by .036 seconds over Braden Johnson. It was .082 back to Aubrey as they get ready to cross the finish line. We'll see if Toludo, last year's local stock world champion, can keep this lead in phase 2 of his Super Stock Challenge.
Heat 782 results are in, and Toludo remains out in front at this point. We have a difference between Aubrey Gresco of .170 and .114 off the mark for Braden Johnson.
781B is next. Lane 1, it's car 117 of Ryan Suika. Suika in lane 1. Lane 2, you got car 139 of Hayden McBride. McBride, lane 2. And lane 3 is car 129 of Audrey Awarda. Awarda in lane 3. Halfway down for Suika, McBride, and Awarda. McBride had the lead after one phase.
It is Awarda. No, it's Hayden McBride stepping out and leading the pack here in phase 2, followed by Audrey Awarda, and Ryan Suika is 0.07 off the mark. So we had a little change here.
And now it is time to name a champion in the Masters Challenge. This is the final phase of the championship heat for the Masters. Lane 1, it's going to be car 32 of Dylan Reinders. Reinders in lane 1. Lane 2, it'll be car 21 of Lane Schlafke. Schlafke in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is car 19 of Brenna Kilby. Kilby in lane 3. Off and racing. Reinders lane 1, Schlafke lane 2, Kilby lane 3. Schlafke, your leader after 2 phases. He's got 6 1,000s on Brenna Kilby, 31 1,000s on Dylan Reinders. Who's going to be our champion? Here they come. That's going to be close. All right, here are your results. In third place, it's Brenna Kilby from Columbia, Missouri. Kilby in third place. Second place goes to Dylan Reinders of Omaha, Nebraska. Reinders, second place. And your 2024 local challenge champion in the Masters division, it is from Owensboro, Kentucky, Lane Schlafke. Schlafke, your champion, by 26 1,000ths of a second over Dylan, 31 1,000ths over Brenna. So an incredible, incredible race for those three. Congratulations to Lane Schlafke, the 2024 Local Masters Challenge champion. .704A on track now. Lane 1, it is car 326 of Maddox Height from Stafford, Virginia. Height in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 309 from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Denton Smith. Smith in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 339 from Colorado Springs, Samuel Allison. As those three are across the finish. So our line judges are checking that last race for potential penalties. While they're checking the penalties, checking the YouTube chat, Kathleen and Marvin both said, great announcers today. Awesome announcers day. Oh, thanks, guys. We'll be here all week.
Yep, all week.
And neither one of the people that commented that are related to either of us, just for the record.
Gee, I thought that was my mom.
We heard the horns honking on the golf cart, and I think that means it's picture time just about for Lane Schlafke. Line judges have said no penalties on that last run.
And a clean run it was, finding Maddox Height out in front, but by a very close margin. Samuel Allison back 0.004. That's 4/1000s. And 0.09 for Denton Smith. Altogether, a very close heat.
7:05A set to go. Lane 1, it's going to be car 333 from Port Jervis, New York. Colton Malone. Malone in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 301 from Moss Point, Mississippi. Connor Thompson. Thompson in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 367 from Hopewell Township, New Jersey. Quentin Betts. Betts in lane 3. Often racing between these three champs. Malone lane 1, Thompson lane 2, Betts lane 3. Got a future police officer, a future tugboat captain, and a future veterinarian in this one. As they come across the finish line.
And we have this first round action of heat 705. And stepping out in front is Colton Malone, followed by a very close race at 6/1000s by Connor Thompson. And off the mark by 191 is Quentin Betts.
774C is next. Lane 1, it'll be car 110 of Madeline Warren. Lane 2, it'll be car 144 of Kaylee Pollock. And in lane 3, it's car 133 of Giada Donato. So just about set to go. And we are racing. Warren in lane 1, Pollock lane 2, Donato in lane 3. This is an elimination phase. Warren 0.036 to the good over Giada Donato. Pollock 0.046 back. And we did have a rail hit on lane number 1 that we're taking a look at. And they are confirming the rail hit, I do believe. Yes? Yes. So that will be a penalty on lane 1 of Warren.
We'll have those results for you in just a moment. Like Jason said, sometimes it takes us a couple of seconds, but we want to make sure that everything is accurate. Okay, results are in. Official results. for Heat 774. First, let's take a look at Kaylee Pollock. She won the heat, followed up by Madeline Warren, and I believe she was the one who was assessed the 1/10th point. And at .007, it's Gianna Donato. Very close race indeed, but it will be Kaylee Pollock moving along.
775C coming up next. Lane 1, car 119 of Gunnar Millis. Millis in lane 1. In lane 2, car 128 of Shelton Taylor. Taylor in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 109 of Chase Stewart. Stewart in lane 3. And we are racing. Millis lane 1, Taylor lane 2, Stewart lane 3. After 2, we had a tie at the top between Gunnar Millis and Shelton Taylor. Chase Stewart 10 1,000ths behind. So they crossed the line. So we got to break a tie at the top there and figure out who's going on to the next round.
Right. This is an elimination round, and it is going to go to Shelton Taylor. Like we've been getting close times all day today. It's Gunnar Millis off the mark by .003. That's 3 1,000ths of a second and a half second for Chase Stewart.
.706A will be next in the stock division. Lane 1, car 334 from Columbia, Missouri, Weston Randall. Randall in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 316 from Chicago, Illinois, So August. August in lane 3. And they are off and racing. Oh, by the way, I didn't mention the pace car. For the record, Lou, I did not forget the pace car because it's the UA pace car and I went to Kent State. That has nothing to do with it. We appreciate the University of Akron's support.
Yes,
I'm going to mention
do.
them a few more times on the way down the hill. Randall in lane 1, August in lane 3, the University of Akron pace car in lane 2. There's the finish. And there goes the Zippy Mobile.
Okay, this is phase 1 action of Heat 706. And we've got data right now. It's Weston Randall. He is out front so far in phase 1. And it's So August off the mark by .025 and the Zippy Mobile.
Next up, 777C. Lane 1, car 123 of Cora Friedenstein. Lane 2, it's car 103 of Ava David. And in lane 3, it'll be car 101 of Elise Amador. So just about set to go here between Cora, Ava, and Elise. And we are off and racing. It's Cora in lane 1, Ava in lane 2, Elise in lane 3. Ava, your leader by 8 1,000ths over Cora after 2 phases. Elise about a 10th back as they come in for the finish in this one. And we're going to have a close result, I do believe, in this heat.
Information coming in a moment. Will Ava David remain out in front? Not quite here. Here it is. No, kind of an upset. Cora Friedenstein is out in front and takes heat 777. Very close race. Ava David, 0.037 and 0.155 off for Elise Amador.
701B is next, lane 1. It is the pace car. Everybody's favorite underdog, and this is Northeast Ohio. We love an underdog around here. Lane 2, it'll be car 366 from Holton, Maine of Aiden Sear. And in lane 3, it's car 364 of Marshawn Emanuel. Emanuel in lane 3. Off and racing. Pace car in lane 1. Sear lane 2. Emanuel in lane 3. Here they come to the finish. Close between Aiden and Marshawn. Pace car looking respectable. I'm telling you, they did something to that pace car during the rain delay. Somebody better check that thing.
It was respectable. Okay, data not in yet, but here it comes. And we find Aiden Sir Holton out in front of heat 701, followed by Marshawn Emanuel at 0.161 as a differential. And the pace car is actually under 1.882.
Wow.
Wow. It's those Fallsway people. They had something to do with it.
That's what it is. 702B next, lane 1. It's car 329 of Emmett Cottrill. Cottrill in lane 1. Lane 2, car 336 of Braden Chappell. Chappell lane 2. And in lane 3, car 319, Kiara Jones. Jones in lane 3. Chappell, your leader. We got people on the track. You got to clear the track. All right, so we're going to rerun that last phase as there were people on the track beneath us here on the bridge. All right, back to racing. 707A is next. Lane 1, it's car 338 of Benson Tharp. Tharp in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 332 of Axel Brock. Brock in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 322 of Titus Millsaps. Millsaps in lane 3. Kentucky, Florida, and Tennessee represented in this one. They are on track. Tharp in lane 1. It's Brock in lane 2. Millsaps in lane 3. A future engineer, a future cop or pro ball player, and a future artist in this heat. As the line judges say lane 2 got the lane line, so that'll be a penalty on Axel Brock.
The data has come in for Heat 707, and we have Benson Tharp out in front at this first phase, followed by Axel Brock at .105, and Titus Millsaps at .025. Now that's with the 1/10 of a second penalty assessed on Axel Brock.
778C is next. Lane 1, it's car 111 of Paisley Hembry. Hembry in lane 1. Lane 2, car 113 of Samantha Hoagie. Hoagie in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 135 of Carmelina Parisio. Parisio in lane 3. We're racing. Hembry lane 1, Hoagie lane 2, Parisio in lane 3. Hoagie with an edge of .023 after 2 phases. We'll see if Samantha can hang on to that in lane 2, or if Paisley in lane 1 can come around, or Carmelina over in lane 3. Going to have a close result here in this heat.
The data is in for Heat 778, and it is Paisley Hembry stepping up to take Heat 778, followed closely by Samantha Hoagie at .029, and it was .048 of a difference for Carmelina Parisio.
702B next, lane 1, car 329 of Emmett Cottrill from Ogallala, Nebraska. Cottrill lane 1. Lane 2, car 336 of Braden Chappell. Chappell lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 319 of Kiara Jones. Jones in lane 3. Racing down towards the finish between Cottrill, Chappell, and Jones.
It is Braden Chappell managing to hold on to his lead, followed by Emmett Cottrill at .130 and .330 for Kira Jones in this second phase of Heat 702 rather.
.708A coming up next. Lane number 1, It's car 327 from Ambridge, Pennsylvania, Piper Taylor. Taylor in lane 1. In lane 2, car 311 from Morganton, North Carolina, it's Landon Poteet. Poteet in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 315 from Harrisonburg, Virginia, Jamison Tanner. Tanner in lane 3. And they are racing. Taylor lane 1, Poteet lane 2, Tanner lane 3. All three of these champs, their first time to the All-American Soapbox Derby. Great to see the next wave of Derby champs making their way in here in 2024 as they are across the finish line.
Heat 708, phase 1, results. It is Piper Taylor out in front, followed by Landon Poteet with .03 and Jamison Tanner at .064.
703B coming up next for the stock division. Lane 1, it's car 306 of Charlie Cavins. Cavins in lane 1. And in lane 2, it is car 353 of Mara Say. Say in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is the pace car. They are off and racing. No sponsor on this particular pace car, unsullied by commercial advertising, unless there's something on the sides or the back. We can't see that from here. Cavins in lane 1, Say in lane 2. It was Say leading the way by .062 after that first phase. Uh-oh, we have a pace car fan club at the finish line now. Oh, wait, no, that was Chris Harris. Hello, Chris. Good to see you. Chris, when are we going to get you in a pace car, by the way? I think that means never.
All right, phase 2. It goes to Mara Say. She stepped out to lead the thing, and we have .116 off the mark for Charlie Cavins and our wonderful pace car. This is Heat 703 rather, phase 2.
779C coming your way next. Lane 1, it's car 160 of Dasha Driscoll. Driscoll, lane 1. Lane 2, car 115 of Caleb Gilbert. Gilbert, lane 2. Lane 3, car 145 of Braxton Amstutz. Amstutz in lane 3. After 2, Caleb Gilbert showed the way by .020 over Dasha, .068 over Braxton. And we'll see if that changes things.
It is Dasha Driscoll taking this elimination round and be moving on to the next heat, winning heat 779. Very close race indeed. Caleb Gilbert behind by 5/1000ths of a second, and it was .159 off for Braxton.
780C is next. Lane 1, it's car 105 of Aubrey Gresco. Gresco in lane 1. Lane 2, car 140 of Tristan Toludo. Toludo in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 153 of Braden Johnson. Johnson in lane 3. Toludo had the edge by a little over a tenth on Braden Johnson coming in here. Aubrey Gresco with .170 to make up as they cross the finish line. Lou will have those results.
Heat 780 elimination. And it is Tristan Tolulo taking heat 780. Moving on to the next round. And we had Aubrey Gresco following up behind him at .255 and Braden Johnson at .143.
781C coming your way next. Lane 1, it's going to be car 129 of Audrey Auerda. Auerda in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 117 of Ryan Suika. Suika in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 139 of Hayden McBride. McBride in lane 3. Elimination phase for these three champs in our Super Stock Challenge. McBride had the lead by .018 after 2.
The data has just come in, and it will be Audrey Auerda advancing on to the next round in the 129 car. This was a close race indeed, off by .01 was Hayden McBride, followed up by Ryan Suika at .115. So we'll see Audrey coming down the track again.
704B up next. Lane 1, car 339 of Samuel Allison. Allison in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 326 of Maddox Height. Height in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 309 of Denton Smith. Smith in lane 3. And they are off and racing. Allison lane 1, Height lane 2, Smith lane 3. Samuel Allison told us favorite activities: building things, driving things, snowboarding, and making music. Height said helping his dad weed and do yard work. Pull weeds, you know. Denton Smith, lacrosse, shooting drums, and not school, says Denton Smith. As a college professor, I'm not supposed to condone that, but we'll take it. We are going to have a review on that phase. They are going to check that one, so stand by for results. And after review, no penalties on that last run. No penalties.
Well, taking that into account, we have a change in leadership here. It is Samuel Allison now out in front after 2 phases of Heat 704, followed closely by Maddox Haight at .071, and it is .227 for Denton Smith.
.705B up next. Lane 1, it's car 367 of Quentin Betts. Betts, lane 1. Lane 2, car 333 of Colton Malone. Malone in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 301 of Connor Thompson. Thompson in lane 3. The movement there in lane number 1.
Okay, judges say that's a nice clean run, and I'll give you the data in just a moment. It is Connor Thompson out in front, followed by Colton Malone by 0.5 of a second. And then Quentin Betts at 0.482. Some great racing here today.
.706B is next. Car 316 of So August in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 334 of Weston Randall. And in lane 3, it is the pace car. Tell you what, the old Zippy Mobile's looking pretty tuned up. But So and Weston, much the better.
And results are in for this second phase of Heat 706. And we find Weston Randall out in front, but So August not doing too bad at 0.05. And the pace car.
How'd the pace car do? Not bad. 0.858, not bad. 709 phase A, lane 1. Car 320 of Sullivan David from Cleveland, Ohio. David in lane 1. In lane 2, car 305 from Tullahoma, Tennessee of Arliss Douglas. Douglas in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 335 of Tucker Hostrander. Hostrander from Percasey, Pennsylvania in lane 3. So off-end racing then between David, Douglas, and Hostrander. David, a future veteran professional swimmer. Douglas, a future engineer. Tucker, we asked career interest, said anything and everything at this point, which makes sense when you're 10 years old. You got plenty of time for that. There they are across the finish.
Judges calling this a clean run, and it is Arliss Douglas that stepped out in the first phase here of Heat 709. 0.018 is the difference for Sullivan David, followed up by Tucker Holstrander at 0.101.
.701C is next. Lane 1, it's going to be car 364 of Marshawn Emanuel. They are on track now. Emanuel, lane 1. Lane 3, it's car 366 of Aiden Sear. Sear from Holton, Maine in lane 3. And in lane 2, the pace car. Pace cars haven't been too bad. As they cross the line. They just need a car wash, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, they got one this afternoon, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, that's for sure. Heat 701. Let's find out where we're at. This is an elimination round, and Aiden Sear will be moving on to the next round. You can look for him in Heat 724. It was Marshawn Emanuel at 0.246, and our wonderful pace car with not too bad of a time with 1.498.
707B is next. Lane 1, car 322 of Titus Millsaps. Millsaps in lane 1. In lane 2, car 338 of Benson Tharp. Tharp in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 332 of Axel Brock. Brock in lane 3. And they're off in racing. Millsaps in 1, Tharp in 2, Brock in 3. Benson Tharp, your leader after that first phase. Got it by 0.025 over Titus, about a tenth over Axel. Racing their way down over the tunnel. Here they are in front of the grandstand. There's the finish line.
And it's Benson Tharp managing to hold on to his lead after 2 phases. This is Heat 707, and we found that the difference we have is 0.108 for Axel and 0.059 for Titus.
Up next in the stock challenge, 710A in lane 1. It's going to be car 313 from Sanford, Florida, Clayton Carr. Carr in lane 1. In lane 2, it is car 358 from Omaha, Nebraska, Drew Brand. Brand in lane 2. And in lane number 3, it is car 341 from Martinsburg, West Virginia, Kalen Chrisman. Chrisman in lane 3, and they are on track already. Carr in lane 1 wants to work on rockets at SpaceX. Brand in lane 2 wants to be a major league ball player. Chrisman in lane 3 wants to be a veterinarian.
Judges calling for a clean run, and it finds Drew Brand out in front so far. There's phase 1 action of Heat 710, followed closely by 0.045 and a difference of 0.056 for Caitlin Chrisman.
All right. 702C is next, lane 1. It'll be car 319 of Kiara Jones. Jones in lane 1. Lane 2, car 329 of Emmett Cottrill. Cottrill in lane 2. And in lane 3, it'll be car 336 of Braden Chappell. Chappell in lane 3. And they are racing elimination phase for these champs. Chappell coming in with a little more than a tenth over Emmett, about 3/10 over Kiara. These champs from Illinois, Nebraska, and Kentucky making their way to the finish. Oh my, we got problems in run out. Lane 3 of Braden Chappell spun in the run out. Came across the lanes, got into the car of Kiara Jones. Looks like all 3 champs are out of their cars. Again, all 3 champs out of their cars. They do appear to be okay. After Braden Chappell spun and run out, collected Kiara Jones, who was over in lane 1.
Looks like a lost wheel was involved. after a little bit of a delay and working some things out, it has been determined that Bryden Chapel won heat 7:02, followed by 1/10 of a second with Emmett Cotterill and .373 for Kiera Jones. So it will be Braden Chapel moving on to the next round.
And we'll move on to 7:08, Phase B. Glad everybody was all right out of that incident in the last one. Jamison Tanner in lane 1, Piper Taylor lane 2, Landon Poteet in lane 3. Piper Taylor was your leader by .030 after the first phase of this one. So the Pennsylvania champ will see if she can hold on to that.
And it looks like Piper Taylor holds on to her lead through phase 2 of heat 7:08, followed up with a difference of 0.24 with Landon Poteet and .008. Very close for Jamison Taylor.
.711A is next in the stock challenge. In lane 1, it's car 346 of Caius Gallipo. Gallipo in lane 1 out of Meriden, Connecticut. Lane 2, car 368 from Fayetteville, North Carolina, Anthony Cardenas. Cardenas in lane 2, and in lane 3, it is car 348 of Emmeline Esmail from Portage County, Ohio. Esmail in lane 3. They're coming down to the finish.
First round results for heat 7:11, and it finds Emmeline Ismail leading the pack at this point, followed with a difference of .060 for Anthony Candereras and Caius Gallipo at .089. Got 2 more phases to go.
On track now, 7:03C, lane 1, the pace car. Lane 2, 306 of Charlie Cavins. And in lane 3, it's car 353 of Morrissey. Morrissey in lane 3 with the lead in this heat after 2 by .116 over Charlie. As they race down towards the finish line.
And it is Morrissey holding on to that lead to take heat 7:03. Behind by .172 was Charlie Cavins.
7:04C getting ready to go next. Lane 1, it's car 309 of Denton Smith. Smith, lane 1. Lane 2, car 339, Samuel Allison. Allison in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 326 of Maddox Height. Height in lane 3 as they are on track now. One of these champs about to move on. Samuel was your leader after 2 phases by .071 over Denton Smith. Or check that over Maddox Height. Denton Smith was in 3rd by .227. And getting ready to finish for Smith, Allison, and Height. So I was just talking to our officials about what happened there with that crash and the champ that advanced. The champ that crashed was assessed a penalty, but even with that penalty, he still had enough of a margin to advance. So that's the situation as it's been relayed to me by the officials. So we did want to pass that along to you. I see some people on the YouTube chat wondering about that as well. So just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of what's going on. So the champ that crashed was penalized, but still won after the penalty. The officials also telling me there was a guardrail hit in lane 3 on that last phase, 704C. So standing by for the results. That'll be adjusted after that penalty. Again, to our champs, very important to stay in the lane, stay off the guardrails.
Okay, the information just came in. So it's Samuel Allison taking heat 704, followed up with a difference of 0.217 for Maddox Height, and Denton Smith behind by 0.253. So
705C on track right now.
Yep.
It's Connor Thompson in lane 1, Betts in lane 2, Malone in lane 3. Thompson, your leader by 5 1,000ths over Colton Malone. Quentin Betts about 4/10 back. And here they come to the finish line. And we'll get those results in a moment.
In this elimination round for heat 705, we find Connor Thompson the victor, followed up by Colton Malone, 0.026, and Quentin Betts at 0.754. Connor Thompson advances.
706C is next. Lane 1, it's the pace car. Lane 2, it's car 316 of So-So August. And in lane 3, it is car 334 of Weston Randall. Randall in lane 3. And they are off and racing. So August in lane 1, Weston Randall in lane 3. Randall had the lead by 0.05 coming into this one. We'll see if our future architect or game developer will go ahead, or it'll be August, our future pediatric surgeon or Olympic gymnast.
It is Weston Randall advancing in heat 706, taking heat 706, moving on to the next round, and we have So-So August off by 0.038.
709B set to go next. Lane 1, car 335 of Tucker Hostrander. Hostrander from Percy, Pennsylvania in lane 1. Lane 2, car 320 of Sullivan David out of Cleveland, Ohio. David in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 305 of Arliss Douglas. Douglas from Tullahoma, Tennessee in lane 3. They are on their way. Hostrander, David, and Douglas. 0.018, the advantage for Douglas in lane 3 over Sullivan David in lane 2 after 1.
The second phase goes to Arliss Douglas, followed up by Sullivan David at 0.044 and Tucker Hostrander off by 0.126.
$712A up next. First time on track for these champs. Lane 1, it's car 369 from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. It's Evelyn Venezia. Venezia in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 303 from Ocala, Florida, Chase Rass. Rass in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 323 from Liberty, New York, Ava Deal. Deal in lane 3. Just about halfway home here between our future teacher, future pro lacrosse player, and future nurse or professional gymnast.
Getting started with heat 712, it is Evelyn Venezia out in front in this first round, and followed by Ava Deal with 0.02 and 0.055 for Chase Ross.
Okay, so we've got run out clear. That means it's time for 707C next. Lane 1, car 332 of Axel Brock. Brock in lane 1. Lane 2, car 322 of Titus Millsaps. Millsaps in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 338 of Benson Tharp. Tharp in lane 3. And they are off in racing. Elimination phase in 707. Brock lane 1, Millsaps lane 2, Tharp lane 3. Benson Tharp 0.059 to the good over Titus Millsaps. Axel Brock needs to make up a 10th in lane 1 if he's going to advance. Here they come. Close phase between those three. We'll see what that does to the overall heat results.
It is Benson Tharp managing to hold on to his lead here. And actually, he holds on to the lead and will advance. The other champs had 0.067 for Axel. Titus had 0.035.
$710A is next. In lane 1 from Sanford, Florida, car 313 of Clayton Carr. Carr in lane 1. Lane 2, car 358 from Omaha, Nebraska, Drew Brand. Brand in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 341 from Martinsburg, West Virginia, Kaylin Chrisman. Chrisman in lane 3. And it looks like we have a guardrail hit in lane number 1 for Clayton Carr. We'll get that confirmed by the judges. And they say yes, a guardrail hit in lane number 1. That'll be a 1/10 of a second penalty to Clayton Carr, who was in lane 1 and got the guardrail down here in front of the grandstand.
He was in lane 1. All right, the judges have reviewed everything, and it is Drew Brand taking phase 1 of heat 710. Clayton Carr assessed a 10th of a penalty, and it was 0.183 and 0.139 for Kaylin Chrisman. We have 2 more phases to go. You never know what might happen.
713A ready to go. Lane 1, car 351 from Des Moines, Iowa, Titus Cook. Cook in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 340 from St. John's, Michigan, Katie Scotty. Scotty in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 350 from Roanoke, Virginia, Cooper Eubank. Eubank in lane 3. All three of these champs, their first appearance at the All-American Soapbox Derby. Looking good so far as they cross underneath the bridge.
Justice called for a clean run, and we find Katie Scotty out in front, followed by Cooper Eubank at .044, and off the mark by .103, it is Titus Cook.
708C set to go. Lane 1, car 311 of Landon Poteet. Poteet in lane 1. Lane 2, car 315 of Jamison Tanner. Tanner in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 327 of Piper Taylor. Taylor in lane 3. And they are off and racing. Poteet lane 1, Tanner lane 2, Taylor lane 3. Just 24 1,000 separate first from third here. Piper Taylor had the edge. It's 8 1,000s back to second place, Jamison Tanner, after 2 phases. So here they come. They've got cheering sections up further up the hill in the canopies. Here they come.
All right, we're going to find out who's going to advance in this elimination round of Heat 708, and that goes to Piper Taylor. I love that cheering section. Piper Taylor. It was a very close race indeed. Jamison Tanner at 9 1,000ths off the mark, and .045 for Landon Poteet.
.714A is next. In lane 1, it's car 330 from Arlington, Massachusetts, Oliver Chiappa-Blanco. Chiappa-Blanco in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 342 from Columbus, Ohio, Alexa Fisher. Fisher in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 360 from Bowling Green, Kentucky, Matthew Blakeman. Blakeman in lane 3. And they are off and racing. Chiappa-Blanco in lane 1, Fisher in lane 2, Blakeman in lane 3. Oliver, a soccer player, a skier, and a Fortnite player. Alexa, gymnast, does taekwondo and softball. Blakeman, fan of electric guitar, dirt bikes, and collecting die-cast cars. So they have all crossed the finish line now.
The first round of Heat 714 goes to Alexa Fisher, followed up by Matthew Blakeman at .079, and it's .8386 for Oliver.
.711B up next. Lane 1, car 348 of Emmeline Esmail. Esmail in lane 1. In lane 2, car 346 of Caius Gallipo. Gallipo in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 368 of Anthony Cardenas. Cardenas in lane 3. Those champs look like they are just about set to go. Just about set now. as we see the champs sitting up there. And we are racing. This is 711B, Emmeline Esmail in lane number 1. Lane 2, Caius Gallipo. Lane 3, Anthony Cardenas. Emmeline had a lead of .060 over Anthony. And as they cross the halfway mark, our future cosmetologist, our future entomologist, and our future pro football or baseball player are across the finish line.
Results for phase 2 finds Emmeline Esmail out in front, followed by Anthony Canderas at .6068, and off the mark by .245 is Caius Gallipo. Got one more phase to go.
Set to go in 709C. It's Arliss Douglas in car 305, lane 1. Lane 2, Tucker Hostrander, car 335, lane 2. And Sullivan David in car 320 in lane number 3. So Douglas, Hostrander, and David on track. Douglas about .04 to the good. Tucker will need to close the gap of .126 if he wants to move on.
And heat 709. Heat 709 goes to Sullivan David in the 320 car. Close behind Arliss Douglas, .013, and a difference of 1.28 for Tucker Hostrander.
.712B is next. Lane 1, car 323 of Ava Deal. Deal, lane 1. Lane 2, car 369 of Evelyn Venezia. Venezia in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 303 of Chase Rass. Rass in lane 3. They are off and racing. Champs from New York, Pennsylvania, and Florida in this one. Second phase for these champs. Evelyn got the first one by .020. And these champs have cheering sections in the grandstand. They cross the finish line. And we'll get those results for you.
Phase 2 results for heat 712, and it shows that Evelyn Venezia is going to be out in front at this point, followed up by Ava Deal at .05 and .161 off the mark for Chase Ross. As we prepare heat 712, we want to thank our YouTube friends for checking in and making their comments known.
Absolutely great to be able to follow along with you guys. Of course, we'll be back here tomorrow for the All-Star Race and the Legacy Competition. Friday, the National Super Kids Classic, and Saturday, the 86th running of the First Energy All-American Soapbox Derby. 713B on track, Cooper Eubank in lane 1, Titus Cook in lane 2, and Katie Scotty in lane 3. Scotty, your leader by .044 after that first phase. Katie told us a fan of derby, gardening, and playing Roblox. And the bridge approves of the Roblox fandom, I'm told.
Phase 2 results for Heat 713. And it finds that Katie Scotty is out in front at this point, followed by Cooper Eubanks by .071 and a differential of .185 for Titus Cook.
.783A is next in the Superstock. Third round for the Superstock, lane 1. It's car 111 from Morganton, North Carolina, Paisley Hembry. Hembry, lane 1, and in lane 3, it is car 123 from Liberty, New York, Cora Friedenstein. Friedenstein in lane 3. On track and racing. Hembry, lane 1, Friedenstein, lane 3. Here they come for the finish. And we'll get you those results.
Results in for 783, phase 1. It is Paisley Hembry. Paisley Hembry leading this first phase. Cora Friedenstein, or Stein, not too far behind with .027 of a difference.
.710A up next. Going to try this one again. Lane 1, car 313 of Clayton Carr. Carr in lane 1. In lane 2, car 358 of Drew Brand. Brand in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 341 of Kaylin Chrisman. Chrisman in lane 3. And they are off and racing. Car lane 1, Brand lane 2, Chrisman lane 3. Clayton Carr told us he wants to work on rockets at SpaceX. Very cool. Drew, a baseball, football, and basketball player. Kaylin said favorite activities playing with her farm animals, coloring, drawing, softball, and annoying her siblings. Well played.
It is 7:10, phase one. A 1/10 penalty has been assessed. So we're looking at Drew Brand leading this heat at this point, and Clayton Chrisman at .127. And behind that is .266 for Clayton Carr.
782A is next for the Superstock, lane 1. Car 144 from St. Louis, Missouri, Kaylee Pollock. Pollock in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 128 of Shelton Taylor. Taylor in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 121 from Cleveland, Ohio, Austin Crowan. Crowan in lane 3. As they make their way down the track, Pollock in 1, Taylor in 2, Crowan in 3. Kaylee told us favorite activities. Speaking of annoying siblings from earlier, also for Kaylee, annoying her baby sister, among other things. Snapchat, racing, fishing, so forth and so on.
Okay, the first round for Heat 782 goes to Shelton Taylor, followed up by Austin Crowan at .014, and it is .082 for Kaylee Pollock.
Up next, it'll be 714B, lane 1, car 360 of Matthew Blakeman. Blakeman in lane 1. In lane 2, car 330 of Oliver Chiappa Blanco. Chiappa Blanco in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 342 of Alexa Fisher. Fisher in lane 3. And they are off and racing. Blakeman in 1, Chiappa Blanco in 2, Fisher in 3. Fisher, your heat leader after one phase by .079. Chiappa Blanco about 3.5 tenths back, give or take. And here they come down for a finish.
Results in from the second phase of Heat 714, and it's Alexa Fisher leading the way, followed up by Matthew Blakeman at .117 and at .663 for Oliver.
.784A next, lane 1, it's car 160 of Dasha Driscoll. Driscoll in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 140 of Tristan Toludo. Toludo in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 129 of Audrey Auerda. Auerda in lane 3. Champs from Nebraska, Colorado, and Nebraska across the track, lanes 1, 2, and 3. And they are across the finish line cleanly.
Phase 1 racing in Heat 784 shows that Dasha Driscoll is out in front at this point with a difference of .083 is Tristan Toludo, followed up by Audrey Auerda at .120.
711C up next for the stock division. Lane 1, car 368, Anthony Cardenas. Cardenas in lane 1. Lane 2, car 348 of Emmeline Esmail. Esmail in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 346 of Caius Gallipo. Gallipo in lane 3. They are off and racing. About to find out if Emmeline Esmail can hold on to that lead. She came in with .068. Anthony was in second. Caius was in third. And they're getting ready to finish here.
Heat 7-11 is an elimination round, and the data is just about ready to come in. And we have it. It's Emmeline Esmail moving along to the next round. She'll be competing in the next round with her 348 car. And the differences were .139 for Anthony and .297 for Caius.
712C is next. Lane 1, car 303, Chase Ross. Ross in lane 1. Lane 2, car 323 of Ava Deal. Deal in lane 2. Lane 3, car 369, your heat leader, Evelyn Venezia. Venezia in lane 3. They're getting cheered on as they pass in front of the grandstand. Going to find out here in a moment who's moving on to the next round.
It looks as if Evelyn Venezia will be moving on to the next round, taking heat 7-12. And just right behind is Ava Deal with a difference of .109 and .197 for Chase Ross.
Next up, it'll be heat 715A for the stock division. Lane 1, it's car 355 of Braxton Clapper. Clapper in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 356 of Cecilia Payton. Payton from Greater Lafayette, Indiana in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is car 361 from Lancaster, Ohio, Andrew Hunt. Hunt in lane 3. On track now are Clapper, Payton, and Hunt. Braxton told us he wants to be a mechanic or a racer. Cecilia said she wants to be a cosmetologist. Andrew said he wants to be an engineer. So as we wait for those results, another reminder to our stock champs, we're aiming for the canopies at the end of run out. So if you can let it roll all the way out to there, you don't end up having to do as our champ in lane 1 is doing right now, who appears to have gotten out and pushed his car to the canopy. Appreciate the effort, though.
Phase 1 results for heat 715 finds Braxton Clapper out in head, followed up by Celia Payton at .081 and a difference of .015 for Andrew Hunt.
713C next, lane 1, car 340 of Katie Scotty. Scotty in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 350 of Cooper Eubank. And in lane 3, it's car 351 of Titus Cook. They are on track. Katie Scotty in lane 1 had the lead. It was .071 over Cooper Eubank after 2 phases. And as they pass underneath the grandstand and the bridge,
Okay, who will take this elimination round? The data is just coming in. And there it is. It is Katie Scotty moving on to the next round. We have differences of .135 for Cooper and .243 for Titus.
next up it'll be 716A. Lane 1, it'll be car 362 from Tuscarawas County, Ohio, Jackson Walker. Walker in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 354 from Williamsport, Pennsylvania, Trinity Kramer. Kramer in lane 2. And in lane 3, from Cincinnati, Ohio, it's car 347 of Kirsten Ilana Trent. Trent in lane 3. On track now for Walker, Kramer, and Trent. Jackson Walker told us he wants to race in the top divisions of NASCAR when he grows up. Kramer wants to be a teacher, a nanny. Kirsten, a veterinarian. Big futures ahead for these champs.
Phase 1 data is in, and it finds Jackson Walker out in front, followed by Trinity Kramer at .071 and a difference of .008 for Kirsten Trent.
Super stock elimination phase next. This is 783B. Lane 1, it's car 123 of Cora Friedenstein. Friedenstein in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 111 of Paisley Hembry. Hembry in lane 3. They're off and racing. Find out who's moving on. Hembry in lane 3 had the lead after the first phase. Or with .027 to make up in lane number 1. As they come down to the finish line, we'll see if that was enough.
Apparently, it was enough. It is Cora Friedenstein taking this round. And it was a very close race with .029 difference. So Cora's going to be moving along.
.717A next in the stock division. Lane 1, it's going to be car 318 representing Jamestown, New York, William Hassan. Hassan in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 314 from Pottsville, Pennsylvania, Lila Kadingo. Kadingo in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 307 from Cape Girardeau, Missouri, Mariella Koenig. Koenig in lane 3. They are about halfway down now. They pass over the tunnel into the grandstand section of the track. They cross the finish line. We'll get your results.
First round results are in for Heat 717, and it is Mariella Koenig so far leading to phase 1 there, followed up by a really close match between William Hassan and Lila Cardingo. .043 for William and .048 for Lila. So it is very close racing today.
710B is next, lane 1. Car 341 of Kaylin Chrisman. Chrisman in lane 1. Lane 2, car 313 of Clayton Carr. Carr in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 358 of Drew Brand. Brand in lane 3. They are racing now. Drew Brand with the lead in this one. .127 ahead of Kaylin. .266 ahead of Clayton. And getting ready to finish are Kaylin, Clayton, and Drew.
Results are in for phase 2 of Heat 710, and Drew Brand manages to retain his lead Behind Clayton Carr at .308, and a difference of 252 belongs to Kalen Chrisman.
Up next is 714C for the stock division. Elimination phase time for Alexa Fisher in lane 1, Matthew Blakeman in lane 2, and Oliver Chiappa Blanco in lane 3. And they are racing. Fisher, your heat leader in lane 1. Blakeman in lane 2, a little over a tenth to make up. Chiappa Blanco about 0.6 back. So here they come. Fisher, Blakeman, and Chiappa Blanco. One of them is about to go on to the next round.
In heat 714, it is Alexa Fisher going on to the next round. And the differentials are .160 for Matthew Blakeman and .914 for Oliver.
.784B coming up next. Lane 1, car 129 of Audrey Auerda. Auerda, lane 1. Lane 2, car 160 of Dasha Driscoll. And in lane 3, it is car 140 of Tristan Toludo. Driscoll leads this heat after 1. 0.083 to the good on Tristan. We'll see how that result changes the overall situation.
And it is Dasha Driscoll still leading the way after 2 phases in heat 784. Tristan Toludo hot on the tail with .025, and Audrey with .143.
Set to go for 715B next in the stock division. Lane 1 is car 361 of Andrew Hunt. Hunt in lane 1. Lane 2, car 355 of Braxton Clapper. Clapper in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 356 of Cecilia Payton. So Clapper was leading that heat. And we'll check those results. Also want to pass along, we do need more help in run out. If you got some time, if you're willing and able, we need help in run out. And that's critical to keeping the show going today. After that 2.5, 3 hour rain delay we had earlier, we're already running quite behind. And if we're limited in run out, that's going to cause an even longer delay. So there was a penalty on the champ in lane 3 in that last run for hitting a cone in run out.
Results are in now for 715B. and it is Braxton Clapper out in front, and it is Celia Payton at .223 and .068, Andrew Hunt.
Next up, Heat 718, Phase A, Lane 1, car 328 from Indianapolis, Indiana, Adonis Wellington. Wellington in Lane 1. In Lane 2, car 359 from Mansfield, Ohio, Carson Borer. Borer in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, it is car 365 from Brooklyn, New York, James Haig. Haig in Lane 3. And they are off and racing. Adonis in Lane 1, Carson in Lane 2, James in Lane 3. And I see from our YouTube chat the Brooklyn contingent watching along as these three champs come in for a finish. Always great to see the contingent from NYC here and watching along with us on YouTube.
Heat 718, Phase 1 results. It is Adonis Wellington stepping out front. Close behind is Carson with .011 and James Hag at .479.
Let's go back to Superstock. This is 782A. Lane 1, it's car 144 from St. Louis, Missouri, Kaylee Pollock. Pollock in Lane 1. Lane 2, car 128 of Shelton Taylor. Taylor from Indianapolis, Indiana in Lane 2. And in Lane 3, it's car 121 from Cleveland, Ohio, Austin Crowan. Crowan in Lane 3. And they are off and racing. You got Pollock in Lane 1, Taylor in Lane 2, Crowan in Lane 3. Talked about Kaylee's interest last time we saw these champs for Shelton. Soccer, soapbox derby, and Roblox for Shelton Taylor. For Austin Crowan, soccer, gymnastics, playing video games, and flipping on the trampoline.
Heat 782, Phase 1 goes to Austin Crowan. Followed up by Shelton Taylor, off the mark by .037 and .116 for Kaylee Pollock.
And as we wait for our next heat, again, thank you to everybody watching along on YouTube. Make sure you follow us on social media. The new Instagram account at INTL Soapbox Derby HQ. You can also follow us on TikTok, as well as the Facebook page. Next up is Heat 719A. Lane 1, it is car 349 from Ashtabula County, Ohio, Abby Estock. Estock in lane 1. In lane 3, it's car 345 from Pottstown, Pennsylvania, Oliver Stoltzfus. Stoltzfus in lane 3, and that means in the middle, it is the Fallsway Equipment Company pace car. As they make their way down now, Estock in lane 1, Stoltzfus in lane 3. Abby says she wants to be a pharmacist just like her mom. Oliver wants to be a construction worker.
We're looking at Heat 719, and we have results for the very first phase. And it's Oliver Stoltzfus out in front. Abby Estock off the mark by .022.
716B up next, lane 1, car 347 of Kirsten Alana Trent. Trent in lane 1. Lane 2, car 362 of Jackson Walker. Walker in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 354 of Trinity Kramer. Kramer in lane 3 for 716B. They are on track now. Trent lane 1, Walker lane 2, Kramer lane 3. It was an advantage of .071 for Jackson Walker over Trinity Kramer after one phase. Trent .080 back. And these champs look clean across the finish line.
The second phase of Heat 716 finds Jackson Walker leading the way, followed up by Trinity Kramer with a difference of .093, and Kirsten Elena Trent with .195.
20A is next. Lane 1, it's car 310 from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Willow Groves. Groves in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 317 from Rochester, New York, Christian Clark. Clark in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 337 from Akron, Ohio, Aria Stiers. Stiers in lane 3. They're over the tunnel across the finish line right there.
Heat 720, phase 1, goes to Aria Stiers, followed up by Kristen Clark at .078, and Willow Groves with a difference of .227.
.717B up next. Lane 1, it's car 307 of Mariella Koenig. Koenig in lane 1. On track in lane 2, it's car 318 of William Hassan. Hassan in lane 2, and in lane 3, it is car 314 of Lila Kadingo. Kadingo in lane 3. Good phase for those three as they get across the finish line. Koenig had the lead by .043.
Results coming in momentarily. Okay. It is Mariella Koenig leading the way after two phases, followed closely by William Hassan with .083, and off by .145 was Lila Kadingo.
710C next, lane 1. It is car 358 of Drew Brand. Brand in lane 1. Lane 2, car 341 of Kaylin Chrisman. Chrisman in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 313 of Clayton Carr. Carr in lane 3. Brand is your heat leader by about 2.5 tenths over Kaylin. Clayton about 3.5 tenths back.
And it's Drew Brand with the 358 car winning heat 710. That's Drew Brand with the 358 car moving on. And we had a difference of 0.540 for Clayton Carr and 0.441 for Caitlin Chrisman.
Brand in car 358 moving on. And we go to 784C. Lane 1, car 140 of Tristan Toludo on track. Lane 2, it's car 129 of Audrey Auerda. Auerda in lane 2, and in lane 3, it is car 160 of Dasha Driscoll. Driscoll in lane 3. Racing their way down. Who's going to advance? Driscoll was your heat leader by .025 coming in. This one's going to be close.
All right, results are in for heat 784. And it is Dasha Driscoll in the 160 car taking the win. Followed very closely, though, by Tristan Tolulo at .005 and Audrey Auerda at .197. So it will be Driscoll moving on in the 160 car to the next round.
721A next, lane 1, it's car 325 of Brenna Berg. Berg from Valley City, North Dakota in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 324 from Dover, New Hampshire, Mary Haran. Haran in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 352 from Erie, Pennsylvania, Caleb Tolbert. Tolbert in lane 3. So champs from North Dakota, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania on their way down. Future nurse, a future pro cheerleader, and a future doctor or allergist have made their first phase.
And a nice clean run, which finds Caleb Tolbert out in front at this point, for this is phase 1, but not too far behind Mary Haran, .126 and .139 for Brianna Berg.
.715C is next. Lane 1, it's car 356 of Cecilia Payton. Payton in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 361 of Andrew Hunt. And in lane 3, it's car 355 of Braxton Clapper. They are on track. Clapper was out front by .068 entering this final phase. So Andrew Hunt with a little bit of ground to make up in lane number 2.
It's heat 715 with the final elimination round, and that goes to Braxton Clapper. Had Andrew Hunt off by .137 and .294 for Celia Payton. So it looks as if the 355 car, along with Braxton, will be moving on to the next round.
.722A coming up next. Lane 1, it is car 357 from Camano Island, Washington, Maximos Saylor. Saylor in lane 1. In lane 2, it is car 312 from Staten Island, New York, Duane Kane. Kane in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 363 from East Elmhurst, New York, Ethan Cordova. Here they come.
Heat 722 in phase one competition finds Max Saylor out in front, followed by Dwayne Kane, which had came in at .054, and Ethan Cordova with a difference of .328.
It'll be 718B coming up next. Lane 1 is car 365 of James Haig. Haig in lane 1. Lane 2, car 328 of Adonis Wellington. Wellington in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 359 of Carson Borer. Borer in lane 3. And we are off and racing. Haig lane 1, Wellington lane 2, Borer in lane 3. So it's a lead of .011 for Wellington after one phase. We'll see if Carson Borer can close that up.
.718, phase number 2. Let's take a look at that. And it is Carson Borer out in front. Adonis Wellington not too far off at .016 and .996 for James Haig.
.723A up next. In our stock division, lane 1, car 344 from Wayne Holmes County, Ohio, Natalie Marthy. Marthy in lane 1. Lane 2, car 321 from Federalsburg, Maryland, Fiona Brittingham. Brittingham in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 304 from Lyons, Georgia, Isaac Pickles. Pickles in lane number 3. So Isaac Pickles there in 3 as we get ready to come across the finish line. Saw some movement, saw some cars getting close to lane lines there, so our judges are going to take a look at it. After review, no penalties on that run. No penalties.
And here's how things worked out with Heat 723, Phase 1. And it is Natalie Marthy stepping out to take the lead at this point, followed by Isaac Pickles at .099 and Fiona Brittingham at at .107. That's .107. So we have two more phases to go. We'll see what pans out.
782B next. Lane 1, car 121 from Cleveland, Ohio, Austin Crowan. Lane 2, car 144 of Kaylee Pollock. And in lane 3, it is car 128 of Shelton Taylor. And they are racing. Crowan lane 1, Pollock lane 2, Taylor lane 3. Crowan had a lead of .037. We'll see what that phase does to that.
Okay, we have information in for phase 2 of Heat 782. And at this point, it's Shelton Taylor leading the way, followed by Austin Crowan at .105 and .210 for Kaylee Pollock.
719B up next. Lane 1, it's going to be car 345 of Oliver Stoltzfus. Stoltzfus in lane 1. Lane 2, car 349 of Abby Estock. Estock in lane 2. And in lane 3, it is the pace car. Pace car not looking too bad in this one. I don't know what they're doing to those pace cars up at topside, but they have looked much better since the rain delay. Here comes Stoltzfus and Estock to the finish line.
.719, second round action, finds Abby Estock out in front, but very close behind. It is Oliver Stoltzfus, and it's .002. That's 2/1000ths of a second. And then we have our wonderful pace car.
716C coming up next. In our stock division, lane 1, it's going to be car 354 of Trinity Kramer. Kramer in lane 1. Lane 2, car 347 of Kirsten Ilana Trent. Trent in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 362 of Jackson Walker. Walker in lane 3. So the champ from PA and the two champs from Ohio on track in their elimination phase. Jackson Walker in the lead after two phases by .093 over Trinity. And as they race their way underneath the bridge,
elimination action for Heat 716. How will it pan out? Well, I'll tell you what, it looks good for Jackson Walker of New Philly. He's going to be moving on with the 362 car. 362 car will go on to the next round. And at .167, it was Trinity Kramer and Kirsten Alana Trent at .267.
720B is next. Lane 1, car 337 of Aria Stiers. Aria Stiers in lane 1. In lane 2, it is car 310 of Willow Groves. Groves in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 317 of Christian Clark. Clark in lane 3. Close racing between this group. And they are across the line. It was Aria Stiers leading the way in that one through one phase.
And Steyrs continues to lead after two phases for Heat 720, behind by 0.2 of a point or 0.2 of a second. It's Christian Clark and .414 for Willow Groves.
717C is next. Lane 1, car 314 of Lila Kadingo. Kadingo in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 307 of Mariella Koenig. Koenig in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 318 of William Hassan. Hassan in lane 3. So Kadingo in 1, Koenig in 2, Hassan in 3. Elimination phase for these champs. Koenig was .083 to the good.
The judges say that was a nice clean run. It's Heat 717, and it is Morella Koenig moving on to the next round. The 307 car will be down the hill once again. And we're looking at Lila Kadingo at .093 and a difference of 1.52 for William Hassan.
721B is next. Lane 1, car 352. Caleb Tolbert. Tolbert in lane 1. Lane 2, it's car 325 of Brenna Berg. Berg in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 324 of Mary Haran. Haran in lane 3. So here they come. Close phase between these two. Lane 1 and lane 3, very tight at the finish line there. We'll see what that does to the standings in the heat.
And the heat is 721. And of course, we're waiting for information on phase 2, and it has arrived. Caleb Tolbert is out in front at this point, followed by Mary Haran at .163 difference, and the difference is .208 for Brianna Berg.
722B coming up next. Lane 1, it is car 363 of Ethan Cordova. Cordova in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 357 of Maximo Saylor. Saylor in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 312, Dwayne Kane. Kane in lane 3. They're off in racing. Cordova lane 1, Saylor lane 2, Kane lane 3. Saylor, your leader after 1 by .054. We ask them their interests on the bio cards. Cordova said playing soccer, basketball, fishing, building soapbox derby cars with his dad, spending time with his family. Maximo said Boy Scouts, soapbox, quadding, go-karting, and working with farm animals. Kane said soapbox derby and soccer.
We now have the times for phase 2 for Heat 722, and it is Maximus Saylor out front. Dwayne Kane is next at .142, and the difference for Ethan Cordova is .615.
If you are staying at a Wyndham Hotel and you are missing a blue and white hotel key, they have it for you at the bottom of the bridge where the heat sheets are. So if you're missing your hotel key, .718C on track, lane 1, Carson Bohr in car 359. Lane 2, it's James Hagan, car 365. In lane 3, it's car 328 of Adonis Wellington. Racing down to the finish. Bohr had the lead. Wellington was close. 16 1,000s coming into this one.
All right, it's Heat 718, and this is the elimination round. Who will move on? And it looks like Alanis Wellington will step up and take the lead here and move on with the 328 car, followed closely by Carson Bohr at .013, and James Haig at 1.538 difference.
723B is next. Lane 1, car 304 of Isaac Pickles. Pickles in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 344 of Natalie Marthy. Marthy in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 321 of Fiona Brittingham. Brittingham in lane 3. Close racing in this phase between these three. Marthy was your heat leader after 1 by .099. Not much further back to Fiona Brittingham, though, .107.
We're waiting for information for the second round at 723, Heat 723, and it just came in. And it shows Natalie Marthy out in front, followed by Isaac Pickles at .124 and .147 for Fiona Brittingham.
724A set to go next. Lane 1, it is car 366 of Aiden Sear. Sear in lane 1. And in lane number 3, it's car 353 of Mara Say. Say in lane 3. And that means loading into lane 2. It was the pace car. So Sear and Say on track and just about to finish. And there's the pace car.
First round times for Heat 724 finds Aiden Sear out in front, followed by Mara Say at a margin of .07. Then we had our wonderful pace car, of course.
.782C getting ready to go. Lane 1, Shelton Taylor in car 128. Lane 2, Austin Crowan in car 121. And in lane 3, it's car 144 of Kaylee Pollock. Pollock in lane 3. Off and racing between Taylor, Crowan, and Pollock. Taylor was your leader by .105 in this heat over Austin. Find out who's going to advance to the next round here in just a moment.
Heat 782, the elimination round. Who will move on to the next round? And the data just came in, and it's going to be Shelton Taylor. Shelton Taylor in the 128 car. We'll see that car come down this hill again. Followed up by .291 for Kaylee Pollock and .236 for Austin Crone.
725A is next. Lane 1, car 334 of Weston Randall. Randall in lane 1. In lane 2, it's car 339 of Samuel Allison. Allison in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 301 of Connor Thompson. Thompson in lane 3. Phase 1 for these champs. Our basketball soccer player Cook and ATV rider in 1. A snowboarder in lane 2, Samuel Allison, and a future tugboat captain in Connor Thompson in lane 3.
All right, results are in for heat 7-5, first round. We're looking at Samuel Allison out in front at this point, but right behind by 10/1000ths of a second is Connor Thompson, and coming in at .082 off the mark is Weston Randall.
719C on track. Oliver Stoltzfus in lane 2. Abby Estock in lane 3. Close in that phase, and they were only separated by 2/1000ths after 2 phases.
Let's see who will move on from heat 719. The information just came in, and it'll be Abby Estock in the 349 car racing again. So Oliver Stoltzfus was off only by 9/1000ths. So close race indeed. And of course, our pace car was in there because it's pretty.
I mean, why not, right? 720C is next. Lane 1, car 317 of Christian Clark. Clark in lane 1. On track in lane 2, it's car 337 of Aria Stiers. Stiers in lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 310 of Willow Groves. Groves in lane 3. Aria was 2/10 to the good on Christian after 2 phases. And as they cross the finish line, Lou will let you know who's moving on to the next round.
Of course, we're at heat 720 right now, and we're looking at the final elimination phase. Who will move on? And that will be Aria Stiles of Akron, Ohio. Congratulations to her. We'll see you again in the 337 car. And we have .555 difference for Willow Groves and .276 for Christian Clark.
726A is next. In lane 1, it's car 327 of Piper Taylor. Taylor in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 338 of Benson Tharp. Tharp in lane 3. Taylor and Tharp making their way down. Taylor, a gymnast, a fan of watching YouTube, doing arts and crafts. Benson, a Pokemon player, also likes to build Legos. And they are across the finish line, close between Taylor and Tharp.
Phase 1 action for heat 726. And the information just came in. Piper Taylor stepping out front, a close margin of .014 for Benson Tharp.
Next up, 721C, lane 1, car 324 of Mary Haran. Lane 2, it's car 352 of Caleb Tolbert. And in lane 3, it's car 325 of Brenna Berg. On track and making their way down now. Tolbert, your heat leader in lane number 2. A margin of .163 back to Mary. I think I hear Mary's cheering section just underneath us at the bridge here. It will be Caleb, Mary, or Brenna advancing to the next round.
This elimination round goes to Caleb Tolbert, heat 721, advancing ahead in the 352 car. Again, Caleb, Mary at a difference of .197, and Brianna Berg at .266. We'll keep an eye out for that 352 car.
722C set to go. Lane 1, car 312 of Dwayne Kane. Lane 2, it's car 363 of Ethan Cordova. And in lane 3, it's car 357 of Maximo Saylor. So Kane, Cordova, and Saylor just about halfway down the hill. Elimination phase for these three. Saylor was about 1/10.5 to the good coming in here.
Who will advance from Heat 722? It will be Maximus Saylor. Moving on in the 357 car. We'll see the 357 car again. Margins were .268 for Dwayne Kane and Ethan Cordova at .796.
723C is next. Lane 1, it's car 321 of Fiona Brittingham. Brittingham in lane 1. In lane 2, it is car 304 of Isaac Pickles. Pickles in lane 2. And in lane 3, car 344 of Natalie Marthy. Marthy in lane 3. And they are off and racing. Brittingham lane 1, Pickles lane 2, Marthy, your heat leader in lane 3. Marthy had a little over a tenth on Isaac Pickles coming into this one. There they go across the finish line.
Close racing indeed today. So let's find out who will advance to the next round by winning phase 3. And that will be Natalie Marthy. Moving on. We had differences of .175 for Fiona Brittingham and .152 for Isaac Pickles.
.724B set to go, lane 1, car 353 of Mara Say. Say in lane 1, and in lane 2, car 366 of Aiden Sear. Sear in lane 2, and in lane 3, it is the University of Akron pace car. So Say and Sear on track now. Say wants to be a teacher or a scientist. Sear, a deacon or an entrepreneur. The pace car wants to be a phase winner at some point. That's not going to be this time. Here comes Sear and Say. Sear was in the lead by .070 after one phase.
Results coming in for phase 2 of Heat 724, almost here. And there they are. It is Aiden Sear still out in front, followed up by .085 by Mara Say and our zippy pace car.
.727A up next. Lane 1, car 320 of Sullivan David. David in lane 1. Lane 2, car 358 of Drew Brand. Brand lane 2. And in lane 3, car 348 of Emmeline Esmail. Esmail in lane number 3. They are off and racing. Camps representing Cleveland, Omaha, and Portage County in this one. Our future veteran professional swimmer, our future Major League ball player, and our future cosmetologist cross the finish line.
The nice run. All right. Phase 1 information coming in just now for Heat 727. And it's Drew Brand out in front, followed by Emmeline Esmail at .076 and a difference of .195 for Sullivan David.
.728A set to go, lane 1. It's car 342 from Columbus, Ohio, Alexa Fisher. Fisher, lane 1. Lane 2, car 369 from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania, Evelyn Venezia. Venezia in lane 2, and in lane 3, it's car 340 from St. John's, Michigan, Katie Scotty. Scotty in lane 3. So Fisher, Venezia, and Scotty on track now. Future lawyer, future teacher in lanes 1 and 2. Katie Scotty still deciding.
And the beginning phase for Heat 728 is shaping up like this. It is Katie Scotty out in the lead. Now, we do have a pretty close pack here. Evelyn is behind by 0.03 and 0.011 for Alexa Fisher. Close.
725B is next. Lane 1, car 301 of Connor Thompson. Thompson, lane 1. Lane 2, car 334 of Weston Randall. Randall, lane 2. And in lane 3, it's car 339 of Samuel Allison. Allison in lane 3. Racing their way down, it was Samuel Allison leading the way after one phase. Allison over there in lane number 3 now. At 10 1,000ths on Connor Thompson.
.725 action for phase 2. And it shows Samuel Allison coming in as the leader at this point, closely followed by 5 1,000ths of a second, Connor Thompson, and 0.171 for Weston Randall.
726B is next. Lane 1, car 338 of Benson Tharp. Tharp in lane 1. And in lane 3, it's car 327 of Piper Taylor. Taylor in lane 3. Elimination phase for these two champs. Taylor led the way after the first phase by 0.014. We'll see what Benson can do with lane 1. If Benson can close the gap or if it'll be Piper going on to the next round.
We have a good run there, and this is an elimination round. Will it be Piper or Benson? The data just came in, and it'll be Piper Taylor moving on with the 327 car. However, Benson Tharp close behind with 0.025.
Waiting for cars to make their way into the ramps now. Checking in on the YouTube chat, James says, hey, it looks windy there. Yeah, the wind has picked up a little bit in the last little bit, although, I don't know, maybe our gauge for what is windy has been altered after yesterday. A very strong wind blowing pretty much straight down the track first thing in the morning, and some of those Masters heats that we saw at the beginning of yesterday when it was that windy, we had some wicked fast times in the Masters division yesterday during the AUI Rally Challenge. But if I'm not mistaken, I'd have to go back through the database and look because I saw several sub 28-second phases popping up on our screen. So it was wicked fast here yesterday with that wind. Taking a look at the flags on the grandstand, I don't think that wind's helping us with heat times and phase times today. Basically exactly in the opposite direction to what it was doing yesterday.